Chapter 26. It was a sneak attack. Although Lu Ye's head was dizzy, he soon figured out the truth of the matter and couldn't help but feel nervous. He was now just a three-apertured cultivator. How could he deal with such a situation? From a hill below, a yellow light soared into the sky and attacked the sect master and Lu Ye's position. The yellow light was like a pillar and was extremely fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. The sect master's hair and beard stood up and his clothes fluttered. He quickly drew a circle in front of him with one hand and spiritual power surged at his fingertip. A spiritual power barrier visible to the naked eye immediately formed. The barrier was circular and blocked the sect master and Lu Ye behind it. Inside the barrier were countless exquisite runes that swam like tadpoles. There was a boom. The yellow light hit the barrier and was firmly blocked. However, the yellow light spewed out like a fountain and continued to bombard the barrier. The sect master's eyes widened in anger and he spat out spiritual power from his palms to maintain the spiritual power barrier in a stalemate with the yellow light. Lu Ye had never seen such a magical battle scene and was stunned for a moment. Just as the yellow light and the spiritual power barrier were in a stalemate, there was a loud bang from the ground on the other side. Lu Ye turned his head and saw a burly figure like an iron tower soaring into the sky and pouncing toward them. Below the figure, the rocks on a small hill were shattered, obviously by that person. The person who pounced over was shrouded in a blood-red light, as if his blood chi was evaporating, looking extremely fierce. At this time, the sect master was casting a spell to wrestle with the yellow light. The burly cultivator obviously wanted to seize this opportunity to rush forward. He was extremely fast and in an instant, he was 300 feet in front of the sect master. The sect master changed the spell in his hand and the spiritual power barrier that was wrestling with the yellow light immediately changed direction. The yellow light hit the spiritual power barrier, but the smooth mirror-like barrier changed the trajectory of the attack and turned toward the burly figure. The burly figure obviously didn't expect such a thing to happen. When he saw the yellow light rushing toward him, it was too late to dodge. He could only roar and block with his arms in front of him. The next moment, the burly figure was enveloped by the yellow light. The impact caused him to stagger, and his flesh emitted a burnt smell. Seeing this scene, Lu Ye almost couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Although he couldn't see the danger of this short battle with his eyesight, the sect master's move was like the stars moving around. It was truly a feat of lifting something heavy as if it was light, and it was incomparably exquisite. However, he was immediately enveloped by a great sense of horror. His entire body instantly turned cold, as if even the blood in his body had frozen. Before he could figure out what had happened, the dean let out a muffled groan. Lu Ye's eyes were filled with a bloody light, and the smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. After a moment of dizziness, he came back to his senses and looked down. He was shocked. This was because there was a foot-long wound on the sect leader's abdomen. The flesh and blood around the wound were curled up, and at the edge of the wound, there were traces of green things that were wriggling around like maggot. He had no idea when the sect leader had been injured or who had injured him. At this time, the sect leader's spiritual chi surged and he quickly fled in a certain direction. The wind whistled in his ears, but with the sect leader's spiritual chi protecting him, Lu Ye didn't have to worry. Only now did he see how many people had attacked the sect leader. One of them was the burly figure he had seen before, and the other was a thin man. He should be the one who had released the yellow light. During the pursuit, he was constantly casting spells to disturb the sect leader, but fortunately, the sect leader resolved them one by one. No, there was a third person. In the air behind the sect leader, there was a faintly discernible figure chasing after him. The figure was like a ghost and couldn't be seen clearly, but from the slim figure, it should be a woman. Every time her figure appeared, she was closer to the sect leader. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to escape. The thin man's spiritual chi had greatly interfered with the sect leader's speed. Not to mention, the sect leader was injured. At this moment, How could Lu Yi not understand that the sect leader had been injured by the woman with the fleeting figure? The three of them had a clear division of labor. The thin man who had cast the spiritual chi took the sect leader's energy, the burly man attracted the sect leader's attention, and the real killer was the woman hiding in the dark. However, they seemed to have underestimated the sect leader's strength. The sect leader actually dodged their carefully planned attack, and even had the strength to protect Lu Ye's safety. The current situation was obviously unfavorable for the sect leader. If he was alone, even if he couldn't defeat the three of them, he could still escape. This was the Haotian Alliance's territory. As long as he could hold on for a while, someone would come to support him. When he was ambushed just now, he had already sent out a message. However, he still had to take care of Lu Yi, so he couldn't use his full strength. If this continued, he would be surrounded by the three people in less than 10 breaths. When the battle started, Lu Yi would definitely die. When cultivators of their level fought, Lu Yi wouldn't be able to withstand the aftermath. The only reason Lu Yi was safe and sound was because of the sect leader's protection. At this point, he could only take a gamble. After making up his mind, the sect leader said, "Lu Yi, have you heard of the spiritual stream battlefield?" Lu Yi hurriedly said, "No." He didn't know why the sect leader suddenly asked this when he was fleeing, but he had never heard of the spiritual stream battlefield. He knew too little about this world. "Then there's nothing I can do about it." The sect leader sighed. As he fled, he took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Then, he took out a large seal. The seal was square and pure white. It was unknown what material it was made of, but there was a spiritual light flowing on it. At first glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary item. He shouted, "The 10th sect leader of the Jade Blood sect, Tang Yifeng, respectfully requests Heaven's Secrets to accept Lu Yi from the War Province as an official disciple of the Jade Blood sect. Heaven's Secrets bears witness." With that, the sect leader spat out a mouthful of blood mist on the seal. The seal, which was already shining with spiritual light, became even more brilliant. It was as if something had descended from the sky and landed on the seal. "Stretch out your hand," the sect leader shouted. Lu Yi hurriedly stretched out his hand. The sect leader raised the seal and pressed it on the back of his hand. With a bang, Lu Yi felt as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer, and he immediately felt dizzy. "Live, I'll send someone to find you." The sect leader's voice rang in Lu Ye's ears. At the same time, Lu Yi felt the sect leader stuff something into his chest. Seeing this scene, the three people chasing from behind became even more urgent. The thin man's hand constantly shot out large and small yellow light pillars, hitting the sect leader to dodge. Using this as a distraction, the ghostly woman's figure quickly closed in on the sect leader, and it looked like she was about to attack. At that moment, the sect leader's figure suddenly fell down and landed in a mountain field. The mountain field was barren and overgrown with weeds, but the sect leader seemed to be very familiar with this place. He accurately found a dilapidated hall among the tall weeds. With a wave of his sleeve, the weeds flew away, revealing the hall's true appearance. When he saw the hall, the thin man's face sank. "Stop him." The three of them had been silently chasing after the sect leader, looking as if they wanted to kill him, but when they saw the hall, they panicked. Chapter 27. With an angry shout, the thin man, who was proficient in spells, changed his hand seals and cast exquisite spells. The burly man moved like thunder, his momentum awe-inspiring, and the slim woman's figure was still faintly discernible. In the blink of an eye, the three of them formed an encirclement and rushed towards the sect leader and Lu Yi. With a flip of the sect leader's palm, small flags appeared out of thin air, and he shouted, "Go!" The small flags flew in all directions and disappeared into the void. "Rise!" The sect leader shouted again, and the spirit power around him surged. In an instant, a transparent light curtain covered the main hall in a semicircle, and on the light curtain, mysterious spirit patterns flowed and swam. The spell cast by the thin man blasted on the light curtain, causing it to ripple. The burly man's figure crashed into it, and a few of the spirit patterns on the light curtain immediately shattered. The faintly discernible woman's figure was also revealed. Her face and hands were full of strange patterns, covering her original appearance, making her look like a ghost. She held a snake-like dagger in her hand and slashed it fiercely, causing more spirit patterns to shatter. Formation. The thin man's eyes narrowed. The intelligence did not say that Tang Yifeng was proficient in formations, but seeing the speed at which he set up the formation, he had undoubtedly grasped the essence of formations. 3 breaths. The burly man shouted, meaning that he could break the formation within 3 breaths. After all, this was a formation set up by the sect leader in a hurry. It was already an amazing achievement to be able to block 3 cultivators of the same cultivation level for 3 breaths. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man's chi sank into his dantian, and he slowly punched out. It seemed to be extremely slow, but as he punched out, his arm continued to swell and thicken. Inside the formation, the sect leader did not pay attention to the 3 people outside. Instead, he grabbed Lu Yi and went to the center of the dilapidated main hall, where there was a crystal-like thing as tall as a person and as thick as a bucket. "Put your hand on it and urge your spirit power," the sect leader shouted. Although Lu Yi did not know the purpose of doing this, he understood that the sect leader would not harm him, so he hurriedly did as he was told. Just as he put his palm on the crystal pillar and urged his spirit power, the figure of the sect leader standing in front of him suddenly began to blur. He could not help but feel that he was getting farther and farther away from this world. After you enter, find a place to hide immediately. You must survive. Also, don't tell anyone that you are a disciple of the Blue Blood sect. The sect master looked at him, his eyes filled with guilt. Lu Yi opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't hear his own voice at all. The sect leader's figure in front of him grew more and more blurry, and even the world around him became blurry. When he came back to his senses, the sect leader was nowhere to be seen. Even his position had changed. Crack, when the array was broken, the burly man rushed towards the headmaster with great momentum. He punched out and thought to himself, "I got it." In the next moment, a violent shockwave swept out, and the dilapidated hall turned into ruins. Only the crystal pillar remained unscathed. The burly man's pupils constricted. He stared at the faction leader, whose clothes had been torn to shreds. His muscles were well-defined, and he caught his fist with one hand. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. How is this possible? Everyone knew that Tang Yifeng of the Jade Blood sect was a Dharma cultivator, but now it seemed that he was not a Dharma cultivator. This was clearly an individual cultivator. Moreover, the cultivation that Tang Yifeng displayed at this moment was definitely not as simple as the information said. Mission failed. The information was wrong. Retreat. The thin man who was proficient in Dharma spells shouted. The slim woman who had already rushed to the sect master's side did not hesitate at all and quickly retreated. The mission target was gone, so it was obviously not worthwhile to fight to the death with Tang Yifeng. Crack! Accompanied by a muffled groan, the fist in the palm of the headmaster's hand had a few bones broken. The tall and sturdy man was unyielding and did not cry out. However, in the next moment, a fist came from a direction he did not expect and fiercely smashed into his chin. The burly man soared into the sky, seeing stars in front of his eyes. "You want to leave after stroking the tiger's whiskers?" The sect master's eyes drooped. As he spoke, he had already appeared in mid-air and kicked out. With a bang, the slim woman who had already hidden herself and was fleeing into the distance was kicked out. She screamed miserably and fell towards the mountain peak below. The sect master raised his hand again, and a rope-like treasure flew out, rolling towards the thin man. A moment ago, in the cabin of the flying dragon ship, Pang Zhen sat upright while a chubby figure knelt in front of him. It was Pang Dehai. This guy pinched his ears with both hands and had a pitiful expression. Pang Zhen slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard, do you know what you've done?" Pang Dehai said with grievance, "Didn't I just give Lu Ye some pointers and let him choose Elder Tang's Jade Blood Sect? Then do you know that this is against the rules of the Alliance?" Pang Zhen was even angrier. When Pang Dehai gave pointers to Lu Ye and Yu Shaodai, he did not hide it from others. Although others did not know what they were talking about, many people saw it. After the investigation, it was easy to find out that it was Pang Dehai. Over the years, Elder Tang had gone on many missions with the Haotian Alliance and rescued many enslaved people. However, those who had the aptitude and talent for cultivation rarely chose the Jade Blood Sect when they finally had to choose a sect, not to mention choosing it alone. This time there was an exception. Pang Zhen felt that something was amiss. Was there someone secretly giving pointers? In the end, when he investigated, he found out that it was one of his own. What should we do then? Uncle, why don't you do it according to the Alliance's rules? Pang Dehai looked at Pang Zhen and blinked his small eyes. You bastard, if it weren't for your mother I'd slap you. Pang Zhen raised his hand as he spoke. Pang Dehai could not help but shrink his neck. When he saw that Pang Zhen's slap did not land, he laughed again. Looking at Pang Dehai's mischievous smile, Pang Zhen was even more enraged. After being angry for a while, he said, "Fortunately, you know your limits. That boy only has the talent of a one-leaf cultivator. He won't achieve much in the future. According to Elder Tang, he'll find an opportunity to send him to another sect to cultivate. I hope he won't cause any trouble." Pang Dehai frowned and said, "Uncle, Jade Blood Sect hasn't taken in any disciples for 30 years. If they don't, according to the Alliance's rules, the entire sect will be abolished. Elder Tang and senior sister Shuiyuan are good people. I couldn't stand it. That's why I gave Lu Ye pointers. But uncle, what happened back then? Why did those people suppress the Jade Blood Sect to this extent? Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Remember, this is a deep matter. It's not something a Cloud River tier cultivator like you can meddle in. Don't act on your own in the future." "Understood," Pang Dehai hurriedly replied. He knew that this calamity was over, and he slowly stood up from the ground. "Who allowed you to stand up?" Pang Zhen looked up. Plop, Pang Dehai knelt down without hesitation. Pang Zhen looked at him in annoyance. He was about to reprimand him when he suddenly frowned. He lowered his head and looked at the ring on his thumb. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically. He stood up and hurriedly rushed out. After a few dozen breaths, a streak of light landed in the wilderness, revealing a figure. It was Pang Zhen, who had rushed over. After receiving Elder Tang's message, he did not delay at all. Looking around, the wilderness was a mess. There were traces of a great battle everywhere. The corpse of a burly man lay on the side. There was a large hole in his chest. It seemed that he had been punched to death. On the other side, there was a woman whose face was covered in ghostly tattoos. Her body was twisted and folded, and she was embedded in a mountain wall. There was also another person who had been stepped on by Elder Tang. His head was shattered, and his brain matter was splattered all over the ground. Elder Tang's upper body was bare. Air waves rolled around his body, and spiritual power surged. The corners of Pang Zhen's eyes twitched. Chapter 28. A body cultivator, a magic cultivator, and a ghost cultivator had hidden themselves to assassinate Elder Tang, only to be killed instead. Pang Zhen quickly sorted out his thoughts. Moreover, judging from the aftermath of the battle, the 3 people who were killed were all Divine Sea Realm cultivators. As for what level of Divine Sea they were at, that was unknown. 1 against 3, and in such a short time, he had killed all 3 of them. It seemed that his guesses over the years were correct. The cultivation of this old man in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. After all, he was one of the 9 provinces' 3 heroes. "They came for you?" Pang Zhen broke the silence. Elder Tang slowly shook his head. "They came for that brat." At first, He also thought that these 3 people came for him, but when they fought, he discovered that their target was actually Lu Yi. The female ghost cultivator who had hidden herself the most had targeted Lu Yi first and almost killed him. The wound on Elder Tang's abdomen was caused by him blocking the attack for Lu Yi. In the end, when Elder Tang sent Lu Yi away, the magic cultivator shouted that the mission had failed, which undoubtedly explained everything. It can't be. Pang Zhen frowned. Where is that brat? He did not see the young man named Lu Yi. He was sent to the Spirit Stream battlefield. Pang Zhen finally saw the crystal pillar in the ruins. He was surprised. The divine pillar? This is the ruins of the White Dragon Hall that was destroyed 100 years ago? If one wanted to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield, they had to use the divine pillar. The divine pillar was bestowed by the heavens and was usually erected in various sects. Of course, there were also many divine pillars scattered in the wilderness. If one were to trace back in time, one would know that every ownerless divine pillar represented the destruction of a sect. The Tianji pillar was extremely sturdy and was protected by the heavens, making it very difficult to destroy. Therefore, even if the sect was destroyed, the Tianji pillar would still be preserved for many years. If someone wanted to re-establish a sect here, they would only need to respectfully request the Tianji pillar, and they would be able to obtain the ownership of the Tianji pillar and use it for themselves. However, after the White Dragon Hall was destroyed 100 years ago, no sect established a sect here, and this place had been deserted since then. Pang Zhen was from the military province, and he was also the vice-sect master of the Vitality sect as well as the vice-chief of the Haotian Alliance. It only took him a moment to figure out which sect had left the divine pillar behind. This is troublesome. He frowned. The Heaven's Fate pillars could indeed send people into the Spirit Stream battlefield. However, if a cultivator did not use the Heaven's Fate pillar to enter the battlefield, there would only be one outcome. That was, they would be sent to a random location on the battlefield. The Spirit Stream battlefield was extremely vast, almost the size of a prefecture. That kid called Lu Yi had been sent inside, and no one knew where he was at the moment. Even if Pang Zhen sent a few hundred Spirit Stream realm cultivators into the battlefield to search for him, they still might not be able to find him. Furthermore, that lad had only unsealed his first orifice. Entering the Spirit Stream battlefield with such a weak cultivation was basically a dead end. Every great sect that sent disciples to the Spirit Stream battlefield had to be at least at the First Order Spirit Stream realm. Elder Tang! Pang Zhen shouted. Elder Tang turned around and looked at him, his eyes downcast. My blue blood sect has endured for 30 years, but those people still refuse to give up. They've gone too far. Pang Zhen sighed in his heart. He was also very annoyed. Today's incident seemed to be just a simple matter of Elder Tang being ambushed on his way back, but in fact it involved a lot of things. Not to mention, 3 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators had died. It was impossible for these 3 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators to appear out of nowhere. Who was behind them? If things went wrong, the cultivation world of the War Province would be severely shaken. He could clearly feel Elder Tang's suppressed anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. He had never seen Elder Tang in this state before. I didn't say that I had to accept that kid into the sect. I was thinking of sending him to another sect to cultivate. Elder Tang sneered, but those people couldn't wait for such a short period of time. He looked at Pang Zhen, endless anger burning in his eyes. I want to know who stretched out their claws. Pang Zhen understood and nodded. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Not long after Elder Tang left the flying dragon ship, he was ambushed. How did the ambusher know Elder Tang's whereabouts? How did they arrange the ambush location so accurately? Obviously, there was something dirty going on here that nobody knew about. That kid Lu Yi. Pang Zhen hesitated for a moment, then said, Do you need me to find some people to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield? Elder Tang shook his head sadly. No need. In the situation just now, leaving Lu Yi behind would have been certain death. Elder Tang couldn't fight with him at all. Elder Tang had no choice but to send him into the spirit stream battlefield. However, what were the chances of a cultivator who had just started cultivating in such a place? Not to mention, he didn't enter the battlefield through the divine pillar of his sect. Who knew where he would appear? If he appeared in the territory of any sect in the myriad Devil Ridge, he would have been chopped into meat paste by now. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the spirit stream battlefield. Elder Tang could only hope that Lu Ye's luck would be good enough for him to appear in a place with no one around. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Of course, he would definitely look for him, but he wouldn't use the help of others. This matter couldn't be made public either, otherwise, if others learned that a Blue Blood sect disciple had entered the spirit stream battlefield, it would only cause more trouble for Lu Yi. It was with this in mind that Elder Tang had warned Lu Yi not to expose his identity at all costs. Lu Yi was sitting on a branch of a large tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. His face was filled with lingering fear. Below him, dozens of large wolves had gathered. These wolves were as large as calves and were baring their fangs at Lu Yi. He didn't know why he had appeared in such a place, nor did he know where his sect master had gone. Previously, he had followed the sect master's instructions and placed his hand on the crystal pillar, causing the entire world to become blurry. When his surroundings cleared up, he found himself in the middle of a forest. Not far away there was a pack of wolves. When they saw each other, the pack pounced at him. Lu Yi quickly took out his sword and tried his best to kill it, but even more wolves gathered around him. With no other choice, Lu Yi could only flee, eventually climbing onto a tree. Sitting on the trunk, he looked around and saw that the trees were so large that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. Their canopies blocked out the sky, and only through the gaps between the leaves could a little bit of sunlight shine through. Where was this? Where was the sect master? Where were the 3 people who were chasing the sect master? How did he end up in a place like this? Lu Ye's mind was filled with questions. Looking down at the pack of wolves below, it seemed that they wouldn't be retreating for the time being. Lu Yi felt helpless. The most important thing right now was to figure out his situation. At the very least, he needed to know where he was. He tried hard to recall the conversation he had with the sect master before and quickly grasped a key phrase. The spirit stream battlefield? The sect master had asked him if he had heard of the spirit stream battlefield. In such a critical moment, the sect master wouldn't ask him some insignificant questions. After that, the sect master took out a large seal and respectfully asked the sect master to bear witness, accepting him as an official disciple of the Jade Blood sect. He then placed the seal on the back of his hand. Thinking of this, Lu Yi hurriedly checked the back of his hand, but found nothing. After pondering for a moment, he urged his spirit power to pour into the back of his hand. The next moment, a miraculous scene appeared. A blue spirit pattern suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. The spirit pattern wriggled and changed, quickly turning into a few lines of large characters. Name: Lu Yi. Identity: Disciple of the Jade Blood Sect. Cultivation: 3 apertures. Open location: Spirit Stream Battlefield. Merits: None. Chapter 29. Lu Yi stared at the back of his hand for a long time before coming back to his senses. Recalling everything that had happened before, the thing on the back of his hand was undoubtedly related to the seal that the sect leader had stamped. He did not know what it was, but there were too many things in this world that he did not know. The unknown was not scary, so he could only face it calmly. However, the good news was that he had confirmed his location. He was indeed in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Just looking at the prefix of the battlefield, Lu Yi had a bad feeling. If he was not mistaken, this was a battlefield that only those in the Spirit Stream realm were qualified to enter. He was a little cultivator who had opened 3 apertures. In this unfamiliar place, danger was undoubtedly everywhere. Just now, He had only encountered a pack of wolves. What if he encountered a group of cultivators? Since it was a battlefield, there would definitely be cultivators. As for the two parties fighting in this battlefield, it was needless to say that it was the Hautian Alliance and the myriad Demon Ridge. He could understand the sect leader's original intention of sending him here. At that time, the sect leader had brought him here and could not fight at all. If he fought forcefully, a little cultivator like him would definitely not have a good ending. The sect leader had sent him here because he had no choice but to find a way out in a desperate situation. The sect leader seemed to have stuffed something into his arms before. Thinking of this, Lu Yi hurriedly checked. Soon, he found a storage bag. He opened the storage bag and took out a few bottles, a few stacks of talisman-like things, a few sets of clothes, and a jade slip. He checked them one by one. There were only two kinds of spirit pills in the bottles. One was the Qi and blood pill, and the other was the Yun spirit pill. Among them, there were more Yun spirit pills. There were about 20 pills in 2 bottles, and there were fewer Qi and blood pills in 1 bottle. As for the talisman, he had never seen it before. However, he could vaguely guess what it was. Sure enough, after checking, he found that it was a spirit talisman. Among the external cultivators, there were those who were proficient in drawing talismans. Spirit talismans could be used to assist cultivators in battle or cultivation. However, Lu Yi had never come into contact with these before, so he had never seen them before. There were many types of spirit talismans in the storage bag. There were Vajra talismans for defense, Fire Snake talismans for attack, Aura concealing talismans for support, and Folding Shadow talismans for concealment. Each spirit talisman's purpose was written clearly. There were more than 30 of them in case Lu Yi did not know. Looking at these things, Lu Yi felt a trace of warmth in his heart. There was no doubt that these things were specially prepared for him by the sect master. Whether it was the spirit pills or talismans, they were only suitable for cultivators at Lu Ye's level. The sect master had no use for them. Needless to say, the clothes were obviously suitable for young men. Thinking back to the days when the sect master had disappeared on the flying dragon ship, Lu Yi understood that the sect master must have gathered these things from the disciples of other sections. Perhaps the sect master had intended to give it to him after they returned to Ao Mountain, but something happened on the way there, so he gave it to him in advance. These things were undoubtedly a huge fortune for a cultivator who had just started cultivating. Not to mention the bottles of spirit pills, Lu Yi felt that the talismans alone were worth a lot. This was because he didn't find any spirit talismans in Manager Yang and Zhou Cheng's storage pouches. From this, it could be seen that spirit talismans should be very precious. However, the headmaster had collected more than 30 of them, and they had all kinds of uses. Taking a light breath, Lu Yi put the things away and picked up the jade slip. If he guessed correctly, this jade slip should be the one the sect master had taken out when they were escaping. At that time, the sect master had asked him if he had heard of the Spirit Stream battlefield. Lu Yi hadn't replied, so the sect master had taken out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Perhaps the jade slip contained some information that the sect master had left for him. At that time, the situation had been urgent, and the sect master hadn't had time to explain, so he could only use this method to tell him. Lu Yi circulated his spirit power and poured it into the jade slip, but there was no reaction, which made him feel puzzled. After thinking about it, he copied the sect master's actions and placed the jade slip on his forehead, circulating his spirit power again. This time, a lot of information flooded into his mind, causing him to fall into a daze. A moment later, he put down the jade slip, a complicated expression on his face. The jade slip did indeed contain some information about the Spirit Stream battlefield that the sect master had left for him. The 9 provinces was a world formed by the 9 continents, but the 9 provinces world didn't only consist of the 9 continents. Besides the 9 continents, there were other spaces. The Spirit Stream battlefield was one of them. No one knew where the Spirit Stream battlefield was located in the 9 provinces world. There had been Divine Sea Realm cultivators who wanted to explore this secret, but after countless years, no one had found any useful clues, and in the end, the matter was left unsettled. The battle between the Grand Heaven Alliance and the myriad Demon Ridge wasn't just in the 9 provinces world. The battle in this kind of space was the fiercest. In order to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield, one had to rely on a Heaven's Fate pillar, which was the crystal pillar that Lu Yi had seen before. Every sect had one, and even if the sect was destroyed, it would be preserved. Over the countless years, countless sects had been destroyed in the world of the 9 state. Therefore, there were as many Heaven's Fate pillars as there were scattered in the wilderness as there were stars in the sky. After entering the Spirit Stream battlefield through their respective Heaven's Fate pillars, the cultivators of the various sects would appear in a fixed location. Generally speaking, this location would be built into a base for the sect, and there would be powerful cultivators stationed there all year round to prevent sneak attacks. However, if a cultivator didn't enter the battlefield through their sect's divine pillar, they would appear in a random location on the battlefield. Therefore, generally speaking, when cultivators entered the battlefield, they would use their own sect's pillar of Heaven's secret. They would not use another sect's pillar of Heaven's secrets unless they were recognized by that sect and branded with a special seal. Only then could they appear in that sect's encampment. The situation that Lu Yi and the sect master had encountered didn't allow the sect master to have much choice. Even though he knew that sending Lu Yi into the Spirit Stream battlefield would only lead to disaster, he could only give it a try. After looking through the information in the Jade Slip, Lu Yi understood his situation. He was currently in a certain location on the Spirit Stream battlefield. As for where, he didn't know because the Spirit Stream battlefield was extremely vast, about the size of an entire province. The thing that he couldn't see on the back of his hand was a battlefield mark. Every cultivator who entered the battlefield had one, and it recorded the cultivator's origin, cultivation base, and achievements. This mark was also related to his way out. His battlefield mark was branded with the sect master's seal by the sect master of the Jade Blood sect. Because of this, this mark had a connection with the divine pillar in the Jade Blood sect space. As long as Lu Yi followed this connection, he would be able to reach the Jade Blood sect space on the Spirit Stream battlefield. At that time, he would be able to return to the Jade Blood sect. Chapter 30. After sorting out all the clues, Lu Yi had a general understanding of his current situation. It was undeniable that his situation was not very good. The biggest problem was that his cultivation was too low. A pack of vicious wolves could trap him on a tree, and if he encountered any cultivator with evil intentions, he would be powerless to resist. The good news was that with the battlefield imprint, he knew which direction was the way out. However, he did not know how far he was from the Jade Blood sect's territory. If he wanted to go to the Jade Blood sect's encampment in the Spirit Stream battlefield, he needed to have a certain level of cultivation. So, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. He now had a lot of spirit pills that he could use. If he could absorb and refine these spirit pills, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. He did not dare to say that he would reach the Spirit Stream layer, but at least he would have the ability to protect himself. With a plan in mind, Lu Yi looked down at the pack of wolves below. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to escape first. This environment was not suitable for cultivation. Although these vicious wolves could not do anything to him, the noise they made was not small. It was easy to attract the attention of others, which was a potential danger. After thinking about it, Lu Yi took out the spirit talismans from the storage bag given to him by the sect master. After picking through them, he pinched out a golden wheel talisman. There were more than 30 spirit talismans, but only half of them were offensive spirit talismans. The rest were either defensive or supportive. These dozen or so offensive spirit talismans were all fire or metal spirit talismans, which were perfect for Lu Yi, who mainly used fire and metal. The sect master had undoubtedly considered this when collecting these spirit talismans. Lu Yi didn't choose the fire attribute talismans because he suspected that those talismans would cause a lot of trouble. After all, names like the explosion talisman and the fire snake talisman gave people a sense of violence. How to activate the spirit talismans was a problem, as Lu Yi had never used them before. But now, he had to give it a try no matter what. He had to escape as soon as possible. Holding the spirit talisman in his hand, Lu Yi poured his spirit qi into it carefully. The spirit talisman immediately released a layer of golden light, which then condensed into a disc-like object in front of Lu Yi. The disc was golden and translucent. It was the size of a washbasin, and spirit inscriptions flowed on it. Before Lu Yi could react, a golden blade slashed out from the disc. The blade was like a crescent moon, and it was gone in an instant. With a muffled thud, Lu Yi looked up and saw a deep cut on the trunk of a tree not far away. It was so wide that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. Chi. From the translucent golden disc in his hand, a continuous stream of crescent-shaped blades slashed out. In an instant, the surrounding trees were in trouble. Branches and buds were cut off and fell to the ground. So that's how it is. Lu Yi understood and quickly adjusted the direction of the disc in his hand, aiming it at the wolves below. Chi, the incomparably sharp golden crescent moon broke through the barrier of space and slashed at the gathered wolves. Immediately, blood splattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Once the calf-sized wolf was hit, it would be cut in half in an instant. The wolves were obviously panicking and dodging in all directions. Lu Yi constantly adjusted his direction, trying his best to slash at the densest part of the pack. One wolf after another was killed, and the smell of blood filled the air. A moment later, the wolves seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. After a wolf howl came from not far away, the gathered wolves quickly fled with their tails between their legs, leaving behind a dozen or so corpses. Lu Yi controlled the disc in his hand and chased in the direction of the fleeing wolves for a moment, exclaiming in his heart. The spirit talisman was indeed a good thing. A single spirit talisman could allow a 3 apertures cultivator like him to kill without restraint. The only flaw was that this was his first time using the spirit talisman, so he didn't know how to control the direction and accuracy. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill even more. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion. His heart thumped and he saw stars. His body swayed, and he almost fell off the tree trunk. This gave him quite a fright. He quickly stabilized his body and gasped for breath for a moment. After recovering a little, Lu Yi looked down and found that the translucent golden disc had disappeared. The spirit talisman in his hand had also become dim, and the lines on it were obscure. The spirit talisman couldn't be used anymore. Lu Yi understood. But what happened to him just now? After checking, Lu Yi figured out the truth of the matter. The spiritual power in his body had been exhausted. The 3 spiritual apertures were empty, and the spiritual power originally stored in them had completely dried up. This was why he felt so tired. He quickly took out a spirit accumulation pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He refined it with all his strength, and it took him a while to recover. A spirit accumulation pill naturally couldn't let him fully recover. He didn't even wait for the pill to completely dissolve and jumped down from the tree. The smell of blood here was too strong, and it would easily attract more beasts, so it was better to leave first. As for the pill power that had accumulated in his body, he could dissolve it as he walked, but the efficiency was a bit lower. He also took the time to take out a long sword and cut a few large pieces of wolf meat and stuff them into his storage bag. After this incident, Lu Yi learned a lesson. When using the spirit talisman, he must not be complacent and always pay attention to the consumption of his spiritual power. This time, he only killed wolves. If he encountered any hostile cultivators next time, once his spiritual power was exhausted, he could only wait for death. Half a day later, in a dry and dark cave, Lu Yi sat cross-legged on a praying mat under his butt. There was no shortage of caves in the mountains. After Lu Ye's inspection, this should be an ownerless cave. Staying here, he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by a returning beast. The environment in the cave was ordinary, but now wasn't the time to pay attention to this. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Yi felt that he might have to live here for a while. He had checked the surrounding environment before and didn't find any traces of fierce beasts, but there were many small beasts. This was good news for him. If he was hungry in the future, he could go out to hunt at any time, so he wouldn't have to starve. In front of Lu Yi there was a lot of messy things. He was counting his property. There were 3 storage bags, which were given to him by Steward Yang, Zhou Qing, and the headmaster. These things weren't valuable. In any case, Lu Yi saw cultivators who basically had 1, maybe more. The headmaster didn't have it, but the headmaster must have other storage methods, which was not something Lu Yi could know. There were 25 yun spirit pills, 20 of which were given to him by the headmaster, and 5 were obtained from the storage bags of Steward Yang and Zhou Qing. Originally, there were 6 pills, but after killing the wolf, Lu Yi took 1. There were a total of 16 qi and blood pills, most of which were given to him by the headmaster, and the other half were obtained from the storage bags of Steward Yang and Zhou Qing. There were 8 healing pills. There were more than 30 pieces of magnetic ore of various sizes, and some other ores that Lu Yi couldn't name. There was a storybook, the first part of the Golden Cicada Carefree technique. There were nearly 30 kinds of talismans. There were 5 sets of clothes of various styles. The messy medicinal pills that were previously stored in Steward Yang and Zhou Qing's storage pouches were nowhere to be seen. They were probably confiscated by the sect leader when they were cultivating on the Flying Dragon ship. Those few bottles of medicinal pills should not be anything good. Chapter 31. For a little cultivator who had only opened 3 apertures, these things were undoubtedly a huge fortune. He couldn't use the ores and talismans for the time being. If he wanted to improve his cultivation, he would have to rely on the spirit accumulation pills and qi blood pills. Lu Yi put the ores and most of the spirit pills and spirit talismans into the storage pouch given to him by the sect master, and then kept it close to his body. Then, he divided the remaining items into 2 portions and put them into Manager Yang and Zhou Qing's storage pouches. One portion was tied around his waist for easy access at any time, and the other portion was hidden in his chest for backup. After that, he changed into a clean set of clothes. The clothes he was wearing before were already in tatters, and there were still bloodstains after the fight with Manager Yang. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a change of clothes, he would have thrown them away. With new clothes and a new atmosphere, Lu Yi felt refreshed. After everything was ready, he took out a spirit accumulation pill and swallowed it to refine its medicinal effects. Heat quickly flowed from his lower abdomen as the pill's power dissolved and turned into Lu Ye's spiritual power, pouring into his spiritual apertures. His spiritual apertures, which were originally not full, gradually filled up. However, Lu Yi soon discovered a strange thing. There were some strange existences around him. These existences were invisible and intangible, but they were everywhere. Lu Yi could only feel them when he calmed down. This made him recall the scene when he sat on the disc array during the talent test. This was spiritual power? Breathing spiritual power was one of the most important methods for cultivators to cultivate. When spirit stones were exhausted, it was not advisable to take too many pills. Otherwise, the pill toxins would accumulate, and the efficiency of refining essence into qi would not be high. Therefore, many cultivators cultivated by breathing spiritual power. The spiritual power of heaven and earth was everywhere. It was just a matter of quantity. However, ever since Lu Yi opened his apertures, he had only felt the existence of spiritual power during the talent test. That was because there were spirit stones on the disc array that turned spiritual power into mist. Apart from that, he had never felt any trace of spiritual power. Until now. Why did he suddenly feel the existence of spiritual power? It was definitely not because of his increase in cultivation. There was not much difference between opening one aperture and opening 3 apertures. So, was it because the spiritual power here was dense enough that he could feel it? Lu Yi calmed down and felt that the spiritual power around him was only slightly less dense than when he was tested. However, it was much better than the environment outside of Evil Moon Valley. Was this an environment unique to the Spirit Stream battlefield? In that case, it was clearly more advantageous for cultivators to cultivate on the battlefield. Lu Yi vaguely understood the significance of the Spirit Stream battlefield to cultivators. Lu Ye's guess was correct. The spiritual energy in the Spirit Stream battlefield was much denser than in the outside world. If Lu Yi could go to the encampments of the great sects, he would find that the spiritual energy there was even denser. The higher the rank of the sect, the denser the spiritual energy, and the faster the cultivators there could progress in their cultivation. This was also the reason why so many new sects had sprung up over the years. After all, after establishing a sect, they would be able to obtain the Heaven's Fate Pillar, which would allow them to have a base of their own in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Cultivating there would be far more efficient than cultivating in the outside world. Moreover, the encampments of the various sects on the battlefield could not only be used for cultivation, but could also be used to cultivate spirit plants, spirit herbs, or for other purposes. It could be said that the encampment of each sect on the battlefield was the most important foundation of the sect. Right now, Lu Yi didn't know much about the situation on the battlefield. He was just curious about the surrounding spirit chi. However, he did not cultivate by inhaling and exhaling spirit chi. That would not be very efficient. Of the several major cultivation methods, the most efficient was undoubtedly taking pills. A day later, Lu Ye's 3 apertures were full again. He took a short break and took out the wolf meat he had cut before roasting it and eating it. Wolf meat was not delicious. Even if it was roasted, it still had a fishy smell, but Lu Yi knew that his priority now was to improve his strength, so he naturally did not want to waste time hunting. He cultivated almost non-stop and swallowed the Yun spirit pills one after another. Half a day later, the 4 apertures were broken. 3 days later, his 4 apertures were full. 3 days later, his 5 apertures were full. 3 days later, his 6 apertures were full. The consumption of a large number of vitality pills and spirit accumulation pills allowed Lu Ye's spirit apertures to open one by one. After consuming all the spirit accumulation pills and vitality pills, Lu Yi had opened 8 apertures, and only half a month had passed. In half a month, he had opened 5 apertures in a row, basically maintaining the speed of opening 1 aperture every 3 days. Including the previous 3 apertures, Lu Yi was now an 8 apertures cultivator, only 1 step away from the first-order spirit stream realm. Such a cultivation speed could be described as astonishing. Lu Yi did not know how fast others were cultivating, but it was absolutely impossible for them to be as fast as him. Because in this half a month, he had swallowed too many spirit pills. At this moment, he was finally sure of one thing, and that was that there really wasn't too much of a hidden danger in his cultivation. His spiritual power was still as pure as before, and there wasn't any obscure spiritual power or accumulation of pill toxins that the head teacher had mentioned before. The vitality pills and spirit accumulation pills had been consumed, but the 9th aperture's barrier had not been broken, which made Lu Yi a little uncomfortable. He tried to breathe in and out world energy to cultivate, but he helplessly found that the efficiency of such cultivation was extremely low. It was difficult for him to draw the world energy from the outside world into his body. Of course, it was not without effect. Lu Yi estimated that if he cultivated here for 3 to 5 months, he might have a chance to break through the 9th aperture's barrier. 3 to 5 months was too long. Lu Yi needed to reach the spirit stream realm as soon as possible to barely qualify for survival on the battlefield. He secretly regretted that the sect master did not prepare more spirit pills for him. Generally, for a cultivator like Lu Yi who had just started cultivating, taking a spirit accumulation pill every 3 to 5 days was the correct way to cultivate. When his cultivation was higher, he could consider increasing the frequency of taking spirit pills. The sect master had prepared 20 spirit accumulation pills for him at one time. Including the ones he already had, it was enough for him to cultivate for a long time, not to mention some vitality pills. Who would have thought that he would eat spirit pills like eating beans? In just half a month, he had consumed all the spirit pills. No one in this world cultivated like this. For cultivators, breathing in and out world energy or using spirit stones was the orthodox and safe way to cultivate. Chapter 32. Next to the bonfire, Lu Yi gorged himself on a large snake. The snake was 3 meters long and as thick as an arm. Its meat was delicate and white, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. It had been half a month since his spirit pills were used up. Naturally, the results of his cultivation during this time weren't as good as before, but it was still better than he expected. According to his current progress, he would be able to break through the 9th spiritual aperture's barrier in another month. The reason for this progress was mainly because he discovered one thing. That was, the efficiency of refining essence into qi was much faster than the rate of absorbing spiritual qi. Where did essence come from? Without qi and blood pills, he could only eat. Previously, when he ate the wolf meat, he noticed this. Later, when he hunted some other beasts, he discovered that the meat produced in the spirit stream battlefield was very nutritious. The larger the beast, the more obvious this was. He wasn't good at absorbing spiritual qi. Perhaps because of his low innate talent, it was very difficult for him to guide spiritual qi into his body. However, the things he ate were different. As long as he could digest them, they would be able to replenish his blood essence. Then, he could refine his blood essence into spiritual qi, which would have the same effect of increasing his strength. As a result, in the past half-month, the nearby beasts suffered. Originally, after Lu Yi opened his aperture, his appetite had been greatly increased. Now that he focused on refining essence into qi, he ate even more. As a result, there were no longer any beasts within a few kilometers of the cave. Today, Lu Yi had to search for a long time before he finally found the snake. Halfway through his meal, the cave's entrance darkened and a fishy smell assaulted his face. Lu Yi raised his head and saw a huge figure standing at the cave's entrance, letting out a low roar. Lu Yi hurriedly got up and took out a long sword from his storage pouch. With one hand holding the sword and the other holding a fire snake talisman, he secretly circulated his spiritual qi. He had lived here for a month and hadn't encountered any other cultivators or powerful beasts. He originally thought that this was a peaceful place, but he didn't expect to be disturbed by an uninvited guest today. Lu Yi had already anticipated such a situation, so although he was surprised, he didn't panic and quickly made the correct response. The cave was small and narrow. If the other party dared to attack him, the fire snake talisman in his hand could teach the other party a lesson. If the fire snake talisman didn't work, he still had other talismans. If that didn't work, he could slap a Vajra talisman on himself. The long sword in his hand wasn't just for show. Only then did Lu Yi see clearly what this uninvited guest was. It was a big tiger. It had snow-white fur all over its body, and there was not a speck of dust on its body. There was a huge character on its forehead, and its amber tiger eyes were soul-stirring. When Lu Ye's eyes met the pair of tiger eyes, he couldn't help but become absent-minded for a moment, knowing that he had encountered an incredible monster. During this period of time, he had killed quite a few beasts, some of which were even bigger than this tiger. However, he had never encountered a beast that could give him such an oppressive feeling. After all, He was a cultivator who had unsealed 8 chakras. This was not an ordinary beast, but a demonic beast with some cultivation. Demonic beasts were different from ferocious beasts. Demonic beasts knew how to cultivate. Rumor had it that some demonic beasts could take human form if they opened some key spiritual cavities. This was the origin of the saying that demonic beasts couldn't take human form if they didn't open their chakras, and humans couldn't cultivate if they didn't open their chakras. Many sects would also take in demonic beasts as disciples because most demonic beasts had strong bodies and were naturally good seedlings to walk the path of body cultivation. Lu Yi didn't know much about the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, so he naturally didn't know this information. He only knew that his current situation was somewhat troublesome. He was in the cave, and the big tiger had blocked the entrance. Unless he killed his way out, there was no way out. However, he didn't know how strong the big tiger was. During the confrontation, the big tiger roared at him, making Lu Yi even more nervous. He almost activated the fire snake talisman in his hand. "Brat, are you the one killing everyone?" A muffled, thunderous voice sounded in the cave, shaking the surrounding rocks. Lu Yi couldn't help but be startled, looking at the big tiger with inexplicable surprise. As if seeing Lu Ye's confusion, the big tiger said, "It's me who's talking, you little brat." Lu Ye's heart sank to the bottom. He seemed to have underestimated the big tiger's strength. This guy could already speak human language. He didn't know how strong it was, but it seemed to be much stronger than him. "I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you talking?" The big tiger's temper wasn't very good. It roared again, and a threatening growl came from its throat. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Lu Yi could only brace himself and say, "It's not me." The big tiger raised its claws and slammed the ground angrily, causing the earth to shake. "Who else could it be if it wasn't you? You're the only human in a 30-mile radius." It paced back and forth at the entrance of the cave, but its eyes were fixed on Lu Yi. "This is my territory. Without my permission, you dare to wantonly kill my food. It seems that you don't want to live anymore." Lu Ye's scalp went numb, and he suddenly felt that his life was hanging by a thread. However, Lu Yi now understood why the tiger had come looking for him. This place was its territory, and the beasts he killed were all food in its territory. In the past half a month, Lu Yi had killed a lot of beasts, which attracted the tiger's attention. Following some clues, it came looking for him. "Tell me, how do you want to settle this matter?" the big tiger asked again. At this point, Lu Yi was no longer as panicked as before. Although it was strange for a monster beast to negotiate conditions with him, it was better than the other party killing him without a word. He frowned and said, "I've already eaten them. How do you want to settle this?" The big tiger stared at him and said, "Hand over your spirit pills and I'll let this matter rest. If you dare to say no, this place will be your burial ground." "I don't have any spirit pills." Lu Yi shook his head. If he had spirit pills, why would he need to kill beasts for meat? The big tiger said, "Spirit stones are fine too." "I don't have any spirit stones either." The sect master didn't prepare any spirit stones for him. Perhaps he thought that Lu Yi didn't need them now? "You don't have this, you don't have that. I think you want to die." The big tiger was clearly impatient. Lu Yi sighed, "I really don't have any." "Then what do you have in your storage bag?" the big tiger asked. "Some spirit talismans and a bottle of healing pills," Lu Yi answered truthfully. "What a poor bastard." The big tiger couldn't help but snort disdainfully. "Give me the healing pills and I'll let this matter rest." "What do you want the healing pills for?" Lu Ye's expression was a little strange. "Why do you care what I want? Hurry up and give them to me." "Okay." Lu Yi reluctantly responded and took out the bottle of healing pills from his storage bag. After pondering for a moment, he slowly placed it on the ground. "Throw them over," the big tiger ordered. Lu Yi looked at the big tiger. "Why don't you come and get them yourself?" I told you to throw them over. Lu Ye's attitude undoubtedly angered the big tiger, causing it to roar. Fine. Lu Ye raised his foot and kicked the bottle on the ground away. At the same time, he activated the fire snake talisman in his hand. Under the surge of spirit chi, the fire snake talisman turned into a red light and attacked the big tiger like a fire snake. But this wasn't the end. He stomped his foot and his body moved like lightning as he charged forward with his sword. Chapter 33. Lu Ye had thought that he had encountered a ferocious beast, but after coming into contact with it, he discovered that the tiger wasn't as strong as he had imagined. It had been standing at the entrance of the cave, not daring to enter. If it was really much stronger than Lu Ye, why would it waste so much time talking? That was the first reason. The second reason was that it had asked Lu Ye for pills, so it had asked for spirit stones instead. Since spirit stones weren't enough, it had asked for healing pills instead. From this, Lu Ye concluded that although the tiger was powerful, it was probably just an empty shell. Lu Ye took out a healing pill and placed it at his feet. This was just a final test. Sure enough, the tiger wasn't willing to approach Lu Ye and only asked him to throw the healing pill over. Now that he had determined that the tiger wasn't as strong as he had imagined, Lu Ye relaxed. What he needed to do now was very simple: kill the tiger and eat its meat. It was undeniable that this was a demonic beast with cultivation. If he could kill and eat it, it would definitely be better than eating ordinary beasts. Perhaps the matter of him opening his 9 apertures would fall on this tiger. Lu Ye had never been a person who knew his place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led Steward Yang into the mine filled with origin magnetic field. He would always plan ahead for potential dangers, but he would also strive to grasp opportunities that might exist. Activating the fire snake talisman, flames curling around it, he attacked the tiger. At the same time, Lu Ye drew his sword and attacked. However, just as he moved, he felt a weight on his shoulder, as if something was pressing down on his body, causing him to almost kneel on the ground. At the same time, he heard a sharp whistle. In an instant, he felt as if someone had smashed his head with a hammer, causing him to feel dizzy and stars to appear in front of his eyes. Holding his sword with one hand, he forced himself not to fall. At the same time, he urged the spiritual energy in his 8 spiritual cavities to protect his body. In an instant, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of flames, and within the flames there was a trace of gold. His 5 elements were fire and metal, so the spiritual energy in his body would show the luster of these 2 elements. A mournful scream rang out, and the heavy feeling on his shoulder immediately disappeared. Although his head was still a little dizzy, it had recovered a lot. But what made him feel inconceivable was that he had just been ambushed. It wasn't the tiger that launched the sneak attack, but someone else. One had to know that he had been at the bottom of the cave the whole time, and the big tiger had been blocking the entrance of the cave. From the beginning to the end, he had been communicating with the big tiger, and there was no trace of anyone else. Therefore, he did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind him. Fortunately, the strength of the sneak attacker did not seem to be very strong. He only activated his protective spiritual energy and forced the other party to retreat. At the same time as the mournful scream came out, Lu Ye suddenly turned his head, and from the corner of his eye, he vaguely saw something inexplicable sink into the rock wall and disappear. There was no time to investigate the identity of the sneak attacker, because a gust of fishy wind swept over, and that big tiger had already pounced in front of him. The fire snake talisman didn't kill the tiger, it only burned its fur. From this, it could be seen that this big tiger indeed had cultivation. At this moment, it was clear that it was too late to use the talisman again. Lu Ye had missed the best opportunity to attack, so he could only ruthlessly slash out with his sword. At the same time, he circulated his spirit energy and strengthened his sword with the sharpness spirit mark. During this period of time, he had used Manager Yang's long sword to kill many ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, because he had not learned any sword techniques, he mainly focused on slashing. The long sword, strengthened by the sharpness spirit mark, was extremely sharp. When he fought Zhou Qing, the other party's sword of the same quality was broken by Lu Ye's sword. However, this big tiger's bones seemed to be even stronger than Zhou Qing's sword. Lu Ye's sword slashed at the other party's shoulder blade, but he was unable to completely cut the other party's body. Instead, he was knocked off balance by a strong force. Lu Ye took advantage of the momentum to retreat a few steps and pulled back his sword, causing tiger blood to splatter. Before he could do anything else, his chest went numb. The tiger's claws had swept across, and a layer of his flesh was torn off. The pain did not affect Lu Ye, but instead made him more conscious. In this narrow space, the battle between a man and a tiger was extremely dangerous, and life and death could be determined at any time. However, after this exchange, Lu Ye's heart was greatly relieved, because his judgment was correct. This big tiger's cultivation was indeed not as high as he had imagined. It was not an enemy he could not defeat. As long as he operated properly, killing the tiger and eating its meat was just around the corner. The big tiger roared and pounced at Lu Ye again. At the same time, a ghostly wail and wolf howl suddenly sounded in the cave, disturbing Lu Ye's mind. This was the trick of the enemy hiding in the dark. Lu Ye did not pay attention to the enemy in the dark and only stared at the big tiger's movements. The moment the tiger leaped out, Lu Ye crouched down and stepped on the ground, sliding down the big tiger's body. When the two figures crossed each other, Lu Ye's long sword suddenly pierced upwards, right into the big tiger's tender abdomen. He thought that this sword would be able to pierce through the big tiger's intestines and stomach, but who knew that a faint golden light would suddenly appear on the other party's abdomen. Even with the enhancement of the sharpness spirit mark, the sword could only break through the layer of light protection and was unable to seriously injure the other party. When he got up again, the positions of the two sides had been switched. Originally, Lu Ye was in the depths of the cave, and the big tiger blocked the entrance, but now the situation was reversed. Moreover, after this exchange, Lu Ye discovered that although the big tiger's strength was not high, it was not low either. It was estimated that the big tiger was stronger than him. It was just that he had a sharp weapon in his hand, which could be enhanced with spirit patterns, so he had a slight advantage. However, if they continued to fight like this, it would inevitably end in a lose-lose situation. Thinking of this, Lu Ye reached into his storage bag and took out a spirit talisman. If his strength was not enough, he could make up for it with spirit talismans. The 30 spirit talismans prepared by the sect leader were not for decoration, and Lu Ye had no intention of saving them. If he did not use them now, when would he? However, before he could activate the spirit talisman, a crisp voice hurriedly sounded, "Surrender, spare my life." Lu Ye's eyebrows drooped. Hearing such words at the critical moment of life and death undoubtedly affected his fighting spirit. Holding the spirit talisman in his hand, he shouted, "Come out!" In the depths of the cave, on the rock wall beside the big tiger, a figure slowly walked out. The figure was not a physical body, but more like a gathering of spirit power. After walking out, the figure slowly became solid, and gradually became no different from an ordinary person. It was a beautiful girl with a graceful figure. Her black hair fell to her waist, and she wore a white dress. There was a black mole under the corner of her eye, which added a trace of charm. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. After the girl walked out, she stood next to the big tiger and looked at Lu Ye timidly, as if she had done something wrong. Lu Ye frowned. "What are you?" Chapter 34. With Lu Ye's eyesight, he couldn't tell whether this strange girl was a human or a ghost, but judging from her performance just now, the possibility of her being human was extremely low. This girl could appear behind him without him noticing and launch a sneak attack. Moreover, her body seemed illusory and she could freely shuttle through the rock walls. This was clearly not something an ordinary person could do. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered such a strange thing, so he couldn't help but be more vigilant, especially since she was obviously in cahoots with the big tiger. Although he had the geographical advantage at this moment, any carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. In his opinion, now that he had the upper hand, it was best to kill the big tiger with the talisman. However, he didn't know how to deal with this girl who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, so he couldn't help but feel troubled. Lu Ye's question seemed to be a little difficult for the girl. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "My name is Yi. I didn't ask your name." Lu Yi waved the talisman in his hand, the threat obvious. This action caused the big tiger to lower its body and growl in a low voice. The girl named Yi hurriedly comforted the big tiger. In the current situation, they were meat on the chopping block. If they wanted to live, they had to obediently cooperate. "Have you heard of helping a tiger do evil?" Yi asked. Lu Yi nodded. Yi said, "Some tiger-type monster cultivators will awaken a magical ability as they grow. They can turn the souls of people who have just died into ghosts." "So, you're a ghost?" Lu Yi frowned. He had heard of helping a tiger do evil, but that was just an idiom. He didn't expect this idiom to have such a wonderful meaning in the cultivation world. "No." The girl shook her head, her black hair flying. "Are you kidding me? I'm really not." He was a little anxious. Generally speaking, ghosts are controlled by the tiger-type monster cultivator who transformed them. They have no spiritual intelligence or independent thought, but I'm different. Look at me. Besides having no flesh and blood, I'm the same as a living person. "Then what are you? A ghost?" Yi tilted her head. Lu Yi didn't say anything else. His gaze moved between Yi and the big tiger. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then if I kill this big tiger, will you also dissipate?" "Yes." "No." Yi screamed, sensing Lu Ye's killing intent. "Don't kill us, we know we were wrong. We'll pay for our lives." The light from the talisman in Lu Ye's hand gradually dimmed. He had almost activated the talisman. If they really fought, he was confident that he could get rid of this big tiger. As for the girl called Yi, he was originally a little afraid, but since he was sure that she had a symbiotic relationship with the big tiger, he didn't need to care too much about her. Her strength shouldn't be that high. She could only use some small tricks to interfere with his actions, but she couldn't hurt him. However, this would definitely require him to pay a few talismans, and he would definitely be injured in battle. If the price he paid was too high, this battle would not be worth it, especially since he was only one step away from the first-order spirit stream realm. If he consumed too much spirit chi, it would undoubtedly increase the time it would take him to break through to the spirit stream realm. Yi's last sentence made Lu Yi suppress his killing intent. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Using money to buy your life? What do you have? What good things could a demonic beast that lived in the spirit stream battlefield and an accompanying nightmare spirit possibly have? Just you wait. I'll go get it." Yi shouted, her figure flashing and disappearing into a nearby rock wall. But soon, she poked her head out from the rock wall again. "You can't kill Hooper. I'll be back soon." Hooper. Lu Yi glanced at the majestic tiger in front of him, whose aura was comparable to a mountain, and his face twitched. Yi left, leaving Lu Yi and Hooper to confront each other. At the same time, he was also on guard against Yi. Although the girl had shown a lot of sincerity, it was impossible to judge a book by its cover. Who knew if she would hide in the dark and attack him? His cultivation was still low, so he didn't have a good method to investigate the girl's whereabouts. Yi indeed came back soon. Lu Yi only waited for the time it would take to drink a cup of tea before the girl's figure appeared again, but this time she came out from behind Lu Yi. Lu Yi leaned back against the rock wall and let the girl enter the cave. She held something in her hand and held it up. "We'll use these things to buy our lives, don't kill us." When Lu Yi saw the thing in the girl's hand, he was shocked. It was actually a few storage pouches. Storage pouches were cultivators' items, so it was very suspicious for them to appear in the girl's hands. Moreover, there was more than one storage pouch. The girl was holding at least 4 or 5 of them. This spirit and tiger were indeed not good people. They had probably killed and robbed many times. You're mistaken. The girl saw Lu Ye's expression and knew what he was thinking. Hupo's strength isn't high. You should be able to feel it when you fought with it. The cultivators who appear in the spirit stream battlefield are at least at the first layer of the spirit stream realm. Hupo can't kill them. Then where did these storage pouches come from? Lu Ye obviously wouldn't believe her so easily. He was a little embarrassed. I tricked them. Those cultivators are very cowardly. I just scared them and they threw the storage pouches away. Lu Ye thought back to his previous encounter. If he hadn't sensed that there was something wrong with this big tiger, and that he really didn't have any spirit pills or spirit stones, he might have chosen to pay to avoid disaster. Compared to these worldly possessions, his own life was naturally more important. Of course, the big tiger's soul-stealing momentum was indeed frightening. Generally, cultivators with low cultivation levels would be frightened by its amber tiger eyes. If they were threatened by a few more words, how would they still have the will to fight? Little did they know that the one hiding behind them and speaking frighteningly was just a girl with a delicate figure. Throw them over, Lu Ye ordered. Yi snorted and threw the storage pouches in her hand in front of Lu Ye. Lu Ye lifted his foot and picked one up. After checking it, his face darkened. This storage pouch was locked. He looked at the second one and found that it was the same. The third one was still. After checking all the storage pouches, Lu Ye looked up. You tricked me. It wasn't that he couldn't open a locked storage pouch, but Lu Ye didn't have the ability to do so. He felt a little wronged. Some guys ran away quickly and didn't even open the restriction lock before throwing the storage pouches down. There were also some who listened to orders and opened them, but we've already used up the useful things inside. This was the truth. Yi and the big tiger had harvested more than just these few storage pouches in the forest over the years. It was just that most of the things in the other storage pouches had already been used up. There was only one empty pouch left, so Yi didn't bring it over. Lu Ye lowered his eyes. If that's all you have, then there's no need to talk. These things aren't enough to buy my life. How could it be like this? Yi was about to cry. She regretted provoking Lu Ye. She didn't think that this guy would be different from the other cultivators she had encountered before. Most of the cultivators in this area didn't have very high cultivation bases. Most of them were rogue cultivators or disciples from smaller sections. Because this was the border region of the Spirit Stream battlefield, any cultivator with even the slightest bit of common sense would be horrified to run into a demonic beast that could speak human language. A demonic beast that could speak human language wasn't something they could provoke. However, Lu Ye didn't have any common sense. He didn't know what a demonic beast that could speak human language represented. He didn't have any preconceived notions and only believed in his own judgment. Chapter 35. Now that he thought about it, Yi and Da, who had never shown any intention of killing Lu Ye. Lu Ye was also the one who started the fight. It could even be said that the reason they came to find Lu Ye was because Lu Ye had broken into Da, whose territory, and killed too many vicious beasts. They probably wanted to drive Lu Ye away, and get some benefits from him while they were at it. If Lu Ye was a cultivator with a little common sense, their plan would have succeeded. But things didn't go according to plan. Now they were trapped in the cave by Lu Ye, and couldn't advance or retreat. To Lu Ye, he didn't have to fight to the death with Da Hu. Although killing Da Hu and eating its meat would benefit him greatly, if the price was too high, the battle wouldn't be worth it. However, he had already used up a fire snake talisman and his chest was injured. Naturally, he had to get some compensation from Da Hu. These storage pouches couldn't satisfy Lu Ye. They were all locked, so who knew what was inside? Moreover, the storage pouches of low-level cultivators didn't have many good things. Not everyone was as rich as him. You can take these storage pouches to Green Cloud Market and find someone to open them. There must be good things inside, Yi said anxiously. Green Cloud Market? Lu Yi frowned. That's the market where loose cultivators gather. It's only 50 kilometers from here. I can take you there. No need. The reason he stayed in this forest was because his cultivation was too low. In his plan, he wouldn't leave easily until he reached the spirit stream realm. Lu Ye's stubbornness gave Yi a headache. She begged, "Can't you let us go? We already know we were wrong." Lu Yi said indifferently, "You have to pay the price for your mistakes. My patience is limited. You'd better not talk nonsense." Yi bared her small white teeth. "If we really fight, you won't have it easy either." "I don't believe, is that so?" Lu Yi raised his hand and took out a bunch of talismans. Yi was instantly terrified. Looking at the talismans, she shrunk her neck. She knew that she had really kicked an iron plate this time. With so many talismans, the person in front of her must be an important disciple of some large sect. Facing such a person, the storage pouches of a few low-level cultivators were indeed unable to move him. As if she had made up her mind about something, she sighed and said, "There's one more thing. I'll go get it for you." Big Tiger seemed to understand her plan and immediately turned to her and whined. Yi forced a smile and raised her hand to touch Big Tiger's head. "Wait for me here, I will come back as soon as possible. Before I come back, don't get into a conflict with him." Big Tiger roared again. Yi's face hardened. "Be obedient." Big Tiger could not help but lower his head. Yi patted its head again, turned around, and disappeared into the rock wall. Lu Yi and Hu continued to confront each other. However, Lu Yi understood from Yi's conversation with Big Tiger that this demonic beast should be able to understand human nature. Thinking about it, if it did not understand human nature, how could Yi cooperate with it to scare those low-level cultivators? As time passed, Lu Ye's expression gradually became serious. This was because Big Tiger, which he had blocked in the cave, was gradually becoming restless. It paced back and forth in the cave, occasionally raising its head to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi smelled the scent of danger, which made him even more vigilant. This time, Yi was gone for a long time. After about 2 hours, Yi suddenly reappeared. However, her current state was clearly not right. Her body had become somewhat translucent, giving off an extremely weak feeling. Lu Yi frowned. He did not know if this woman was faking it or if she was really injured. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the thing in Yi's hand. It was a red fruit the size of an infant's fist. As soon as Yi brought this fruit in, a strange fragrance filled the cave. "What is this?" he asked. Although he did not know what this fruit was, he instinctively felt that it was definitely something good. Yi weakly said, "A barrier-breaking fruit." "What is it used for?" Lu Yi asked again. Yi was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an important disciple of a large sect like Lu Yi not to have heard of the barrier-breaking fruit. This thing was a precious treasure to any spirit stream realm cultivator. However, her current state was not good, so she did not have the time to talk nonsense. She explained, "It is used to break through the barriers of one's spiritual aperture." Lu Ye's eyes lit up. He did not know where Yi had found this fruit, but if what Yi said was true, then this thing would be very useful to him. He raised his head and signaled to Yi, "Throw. Bring it over." Yi shook her head. "I can give you the fruit, but you have to make a heavenly oath. Respectfully request the heavens that after you obtain the fruit, you will not harm us." Even though she was so weak that she was almost asleep, Yi did not forget the current situation. If Lu Yi obtained the fruit and still harmed them, the spirit and the tiger would not be able to leave this place alive. Lu Yi did not know what a heavenly oath was, but he had heard the phrase "respectfully request the heavens" before. He roughly understood Yi's meaning, so he nodded and said, "All right." After deliberating for a moment, Lu Yi said, "Cultivator of the War Province, Lu Yi respectfully requests the heavens that if Yi gives the barrier-breaking fruit to me, I will no longer make things difficult for Yi and Hupo under the premise that you do not provoke or harm me. He originally thought that it would be a simple oath, but he did not expect that after he finished speaking, a formless and mysterious power would descend from the sky and crash into the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand. That power did not harm him in the slightest, but it gave him a strange feeling. He felt that if he went back on his words, he would definitely not have a good ending. This discovery caused Lu Ye's heart to tremble. He immediately understood that oaths in this world were not something that could be casually said, especially one that respectfully requested the heavens to bear witness. After Lu Yi swore the heavenly oath, Yi let out a sigh of relief. She floated in front of Lu Yi and handed the barrier-breaking fruit to him. Are you injured? Lu Yi picked up the barrier-breaking fruit and looked at Yi. Yi nodded. She turned around and called out to Hupo, Hupo, let's go. The sturdy Hupo walked out step by step. Lu Yi held the spirit talisman and left the cave. A moment later, Hupo walked out of the cave. Yi dove into Hupo's body and disappeared. The large tiger turned around and roared at Lu Yi. Its figure leaped a few times and disappeared into the forest. Looking in the direction that the large tiger disappeared in, Lu Yi pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This half a day's worth of experiences could be said to be grotesque and variegated. Fortunately, the final result was not bad. Looking at the barrier-breaking fruit in his hand, Lu Ye's expression became fiery. If this thing really had the effect that Yi said, then he would be able to reach the spirit stream stage. Chapter 36. Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry to take the barrier-breaking fruit. He didn't know if it was real or fake, so he didn't dare to take it rashly. Although the battle with Big Tiger had been brief, it had been extremely dangerous and he had been injured. Previously, he had been in a stalemate with Big Tiger and hadn't had the time to check his injuries. When he took off his clothes, he realized that his chest was a mess of flesh and blood. There were several deep claw marks on his chest, and the blood had already dyed the clothes below his chest red. Fortunately, he wasn't an ordinary person now and he had deliberately used his spiritual chi to seal his wounds when he was in a stalemate with Big Tiger, so the bleeding wasn't too serious, but the injuries still looked quite fierce. Moving his muscles and bones, Yang Kai confirmed that there were no broken bones and breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a flesh wound, it would be easier to deal with. He still had 8 healing pills in his hand, which had a good healing effect. Taking out the bottle containing the healing pills, Lu Yi poured out one and swallowed it, then took out another and crushed it with his fingers before applying the powder to the wound on his chest. He grimaced in pain. After finishing this, he put on his clothes, sat down cross-legged, and began refining the healing pill. After a night, Lu Yi felt much better and his wounds had already begun to heal. Presumably, it would take a few days for him to fully recover. During this time, he ate the unfinished snake to replenish his strength. At daybreak, Lu Yi came to a water source a few miles away and easily caught a fat rabbit. Holding the rabbit by the ear, he returned to the cave. A moment later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the cave, holding the barrier-breaking fruit in his hand. Taking out a long sword, he gently cut off a layer of meat and then pinched open the rabbit's mouth, stuffed the meat into it, then closed the rabbit's mouth and shook it vigorously for a while. After ensuring that the rabbit had eaten the meat, Lu Yi let it go. Perhaps it was too frightened, but the rabbit lay motionless on the ground. Lu Yi didn't care about it. He blocked the entrance of the cave to ensure that it wouldn't escape. He began to inspect the storage pouches that Yi had brought over. When Yi and Hupa left yesterday, they didn't take back these storage pouches. The main reason was that these things had restrictions on them and were useless to them. The storage bag was covered in mud, as if it had been dug out from the ground. Casually picking up a storage bag, Lu Yi urged his spirit energy into the storage bag. However, he clearly felt that his spirit energy was unable to enter the bag as it was blocked by a strange power. That was a restriction lock. Every storage bag had its own restriction lock, and the key to unlock it was the owner's spiritual power. Lu Yi originally had 3 storage bags. One was Manager Yang's, one was Zhou Cheng's, and one was given to him by the sect master. Although Manager Yang's storage bag had a restriction lock, before Manager Yang died, he had opened the restriction lock in order to retrieve the sword from the storage bag. At that time, the situation was urgent and Manager Yang did not have the spare energy nor the mind to lock the storage bag again. Therefore, the items inside were all given to Lu Yi. Zhou Cheng's storage pouch was forcefully unlocked by the sect master. These 2 storage pouches had always been in an unlocked state. The storage bag given to him by the sect master was a brand new one. After Lu Yi obtained it, he used his own spiritual energy to nourish the restriction lock inside the storage bag, allowing his spiritual energy to seep into the restriction lock, allowing him to freely open and close the restriction lock. If he accidentally lost his storage bag, even if it was obtained by someone else, they would not be able to easily open it unless they had some special lockpicking skills. Lu Yi naturally did not have any special lockpicking skills. He was just giving it a try out of boredom. Slowly immersing his spirit energy into the storage bag, he felt the existence of the restriction lock. Lu Yi constantly urged his spirit energy to attack the restriction lock. Once, twice, and on the 3rd time, the restriction lock suddenly disappeared without a trace. While Lu Yi was stunned, the storage bag in his hand suddenly emitted a ball of fire, burning fiercely. He hurriedly threw the storage bag out and watched helplessly as it burned into black ash in a very short period of time. It could be like this? Lu Yi frowned. It was only now that he understood that the restriction lock was not only used to protect the storage bag. It could also prevent strangers from taking the things inside the storage bag. At a critical moment, it could even destroy the entire storage bag. This was a bit of a saying that it was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. It seemed that without special lockpicking skills, he really could not act recklessly. Destroying the storage bag was a small matter, but if there were some dangerous restrictions hidden in the restriction lock, he might be injured because of it. Lu Yi put away the remaining storage bags and went to check on the condition of the rabbit. There was no problem, it was still alive and kicking, looking very cute. Grabbing the rabbit's head, he twisted it fiercely. With a crack, such a cute rabbit must be delicious to eat. He was sure that even if the barrier-breaking fruit did not have the effect of breaking through barriers, it was not poisonous. Lu Yi was completely relieved. Walking to his cultivation position, he took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Then, he took out the barrier-breaking fruit and bit it. The juice overflowed, leaving a fragrant taste in her mouth. It was unexpectedly sweet. Lu Yi raised her eyebrows and ate the barrier-breaking fruit cleanly. This fruit did not have a seed, just like a small tomato. Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Yi closed his eyes and calmly sensed it. At first, there was no change, but soon, a warm current gushed out from his lower abdomen. It was similar to the feeling he got when he took spirit pills to cultivate. The difference was that when he took spirit pills, the spirit pills would transform into spiritual qi or blood qi. However, the warm current produced by the barrier-breaking fruit was not spiritual qi or blood qi, but a kind of power that Lu Yi had never felt before. The warm current accumulated in his abdomen, and Lu Yi tried to guide it into his source spiritual aperture. It went smoothly. The warm current passed through his source spiritual aperture into his second spiritual aperture, then into his third spiritual aperture, then into his fourth spiritual aperture. In a short moment, it passed through his eighth spiritual aperture and continued to attack his ninth spiritual aperture. In the next instant, Lu Yi felt the barrier of his ninth spiritual aperture rapidly melt, like snowflakes under the scorching sun. This discovery shocked him. It must be known that every time he opened a spiritual aperture, it took a lot of effort to guide his spiritual qi to attack the barrier of his spiritual aperture again and again. Moreover, The feeling of impact was extremely uncomfortable, as if someone was using a small hammer to hit the spiritual aperture's location. After a few times, it was hard to avoid feeling sore. But now there was no impact, nor was there any discomfort. The barrier-breaking fruit's medicinal effect was quickly melting the barrier of his spiritual aperture. Comparing the two, the barrier-breaking fruit was simply a blessing for cultivators. No wonder when he had asked Yi about the use of the barrier-breaking fruit, that woman had looked at him with a strange expression. Now, it seemed that the barrier-breaking fruit was not a nameless item. Perhaps every cultivator knew about the existence of this spirit fruit. Chapter 37. In just a few dozen breaths, the 9th spiritual aperture's barrier was broken, and the spiritual energy that had been blocked outside flowed in. At that point, all Lu Yi needed to do was channel his spiritual power through his 9 orifices, allowing it to form a small cycle in his body, and he would be in the spirit stream stage. This was also the ultimate goal of his 1 month of hard work. However, Lu Yi discovered that although most of the barrier-breaking fruit's medicinal effects had been consumed, there was still a large amount left. If he left it alone at this time, not to mention whether it would affect his future cultivation, at the very least, the remaining medicinal effects would be wasted. This fruit was definitely a rare treasure. It would be a pity to waste it. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he began to circulate his spiritual energy, trying to locate the 10th spiritual aperture. The sect master had only helped him locate the location of his 9th spirit aperture because, in the sect master's opinion, with Lu Ye's talent, even if he had enough pills, it would still take him 2 or 3 years to reach the first-order spirit stream realm. It wasn't that the sect master looked down on him, but his talent was too low, and his cultivation efficiency was indeed very low. However, the sect leader did not expect that Lu Yi could open 9 apertures in just 1 month. This was under the condition of lacking pills. If there were enough Yun spirit pills, the speed would only be faster. At this point, even without the help of others, with Lu Ye's own spiritual energy reserves, he would be able to locate the spiritual cavities. However, it would not be as easy as the head teacher. During this period of time, Lu Yi had also taken the time to study the Unfettered Cicada Manual, so he had a rough idea of the locations of the subsequent spiritual cavities. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, locating the locations of the spiritual cavities wouldn't be a problem. After about an hour of hard work, Lu Yi finally located the location of the 10th aperture. He hurriedly guided the remaining medicinal effects of the barrier-breaking fruit towards the 10th aperture. The barrier of the Joie aperture's spiritual aperture quickly melted away just like before. After several dozen breaths of time, the 10th spiritual aperture's barrier was broken. There wasn't much of the barrier-breaking fruit's medicinal effect left. Lu Yi continued to locate the 11 acupoints. An hour later, Lu Yi let out a long breath and opened his eyes. At this moment, he could no longer feel the effects of the breakthrough fruit. The warm flow in his lower abdomen had also completely disappeared. The barrier of the 11 acupoints was not broken in the end, but it had loosened a lot. When he cultivated in the future, breaking the barrier would be very easy, so it could not be said that he had not gained anything. A single barrier-breaking fruit had allowed him to open 2 apertures in a row. The barrier to opening 11 apertures had also been greatly reduced. Lu Yi suppressed the thought of immediately reaching the spirit stream tier, because he had a faint feeling that although he had a chance to reach the spirit stream tier now, if he could cultivate his newly opened 9th aperture to the fullest state, it would be easier for him to reach the spirit stream tier. At this point, he was no longer in a hurry. He walked to the side and skinned the dead rabbit. Then, he started a fire and barbecued it. Over the next few days, Lu Yi wantonly hunted the nearby beast. His daily appetite was astonishingly large, and everything that entered his stomach was turned into the power of his blood and qi, which he then refined into qi and poured into his 9th spiritual aperture. Roughly 6 days later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in a cave. Although he had eaten a lot of beast meat these days, compared to 6 days ago, his body had not become fatter. Instead, he had become thinner, and the clothes that originally fit him had become a little loose. This was the result of refining essence into qi. Too much of his blood and qi had been refined into spiritual energy, and this was the result of the feedback to his body. Although he had become thinner, Lu Yi did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt that he had become even more powerful. The muscles on his body were clearly defined, and the word robust was the most appropriate to describe him. He had also finally cultivated his 9th aperture to the fullest state. After working hard for so many days, today was finally the time for him to reap the rewards. Lu Yi could not help but feel excited. Taking a few deep breaths and calming his mind, Lu Yi followed the circulation route of the golden cicada carefree technique. First, he poured the spiritual energy from his origin aperture into his 2nd spiritual aperture. Then, he led the spiritual energy from the 2nd aperture into his 3rd spiritual aperture. Then, he led the spiritual energy from the 3rd aperture into his 4th spiritual aperture, and so on until he reached the 9th spiritual aperture. The 9th spiritual aperture was located near the origin aperture. After the spiritual energy entered the 9th spiritual aperture, Lu Yi guided it back to the origin aperture. The 9 spiritual apertures were connected, forming a closed circle. This was the minor heavenly cycle. If the spiritual energy stored in the spiritual apertures before was a pool of stagnant water, then at this moment, it had become a pool of flowing water. The spiritual energy in his body started from the origin aperture, flowed through the other 8 spiritual apertures, and finally reached the origin aperture. Lu Yi suddenly had a different feeling. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he continued to guide the spiritual energy, continuously circulating the minor heavenly cycle. In the 9 spiritual apertures, the spiritual energy flowed faster and faster, until it broke through a limit. In that instant, Lu Ye's eyes and ears buzzed. Even with his eyes closed, they were filled with a snow-white color. Immediately, the snow-white color receded, and his ears and eyes became clear. His whole body felt a kind of sublimation. A wave of qi visible to the naked eye, with Lu Yi as the center, loudly spread in all directions, blowing away the sand and stones in the cave. Spiritual stream stage. Lu Yi did not hurry to open his eyes. Instead, he calmly sensed his current state. At this moment, he did not guide the flow of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in his body continued to flow in the 9 spiritual apertures. It was like a murmuring stream, circulating the minor heavenly cycle. This was the sign of having reached the spiritual stream stage. Unless Lu Yi died, or his spiritual energy was exhausted, or his spiritual apertures were broken, from now on, the flow of spiritual energy in his body would not stop. Slowly opening his eyes, he raised his palm. Slightly urging his spiritual energy, his palm immediately surged with a faint light. This was the light of spiritual energy. However, the current spiritual energy in his body gave him a very different feeling than before. Although the amount of spiritual energy in his body did not increase compared to before, the current spiritual energy was clearly more destructive. Lu Yi could clearly feel this. Compared to before, his strength had more than doubled. If at this moment he were to fight with that big tiger again, Lu Yi was confident that he would be able to take it down without using the talisman. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi understood the whole story. In the past, although he had opened many spiritual apertures, he could only urge the spiritual energy in one of them. If the spiritual energy in one spiritual aperture was exhausted, he could only urge another spiritual aperture. There was no way he could urge 2 or more at the same time. But now that his 9 apertures were connected and his spiritual energy was circulating through the minor heavenly cycle, the spiritual energy he could urge was not as simple as the spiritual energy in one spiritual aperture, but rather the power of all 9 apertures. Of course, the difference in destructive power was not as big as 9 times, but it was still double. As for the 10th aperture, although it had been opened, it was still within the scope of the second-order spirit stream realm. It was not comparable to the first-order 9 apertures, so it could not bring Lu Yi much improvement. At most, it would increase his total spiritual energy reserves in the future. In the final analysis, the cultivation of the spirit stream realm was a process from quantitative to qualitative change. When enough spiritual apertures were opened, one's spiritual energy would flow through them, and after a minor heavenly cycle, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Before this, the biggest effect of opening one's apertures was to increase one's spiritual energy reserves. It would not directly increase one's strength. This was common knowledge in cultivation. Every cultivator would have a master to teach them at the beginning of their cultivation. However, Lu Yi was stranded in the spirit stream battlefield with no one to rely on. There was no one to teach him this, so he could only rely on his own comprehension. Chapter 38. After reaching the spirit stream realm, Lu Yi discovered something very interesting. His perception of the world energy in his surroundings had become sharper. The world energy in the spirit stream battlefield was much denser than the outside world. In the outside world, even if Lu Yi was in a state of cultivation, he couldn't sense the world energy. But here, as long as Lu Yi could calm down, he could basically sense the world energy around him. Right now, Lu Yi found that even if he didn't deliberately try to sense it, as long as he focused a little, he could clearly sense the world energy around him. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Did this mean that he could breathe in and out world energy to cultivate? As Lu Yi thought about it, he became excited. If this was true, his future cultivation would definitely be much smoother. He immediately gave it a try. Half an hour later, Lu Ye's face darkened and he stopped his cultivation. The situation was the same as before. He didn't know what was going on with his body. It was very difficult to guide the world energy into his body. According to his current cultivation speed, it would be impossible to cultivate his 10th aperture to the fullest state without at least a year and a half. It seemed that the result of his one-leaf result in the talent test wasn't without reason. However, at this time, Lu Yi also faintly understood that the way cultivators breathed in and out world energy to cultivate was not through the mouth, but through the body. In this state of cultivation, the billions of pores on the cultivator's body would carry out a kind of mysterious breathing, drawing in the world energy into the body and turning it into the cultivator's spirit energy. However, he really couldn't use this cultivation method. Standing up, Lu Yi felt that it was time for him to go out and take a look. More than a month ago, he was sent to the spirit stream battlefield by the sect master. His luck was good and he wandered into this forest. After so long, he hadn't encountered any powerful enemies. Iende who had come looking for trouble, had also been ruthlessly scammed by him. But life couldn't be so lucky forever. If he kept hiding here, he would eventually encounter a powerful cultivator that he couldn't defeat. At that time, he wouldn't have the strength to resist. In more than a month, he had grown from a cultivator with 3 apertures opened to the first-order spirit stream realm. He had even opened 10 apertures. His growth was huge. It was undeniable that his cultivation was still very low, but with the help of the spirit talismans given to him by the sect master, he could more or less protect himself. As for where to go, he had to find the big tiger and the young girl. He had heard some interesting news from the young girl. 2 days later, Lu Yi found the snow-white tiger sleeping on the ground in a cave. But just as he walked in, a translucent shadow floated out from the tiger's body and looked at Lu Yi warily. "What are you doing here?" It was Bai Lin, who called herself Yi. When she left that day, she looked extremely weak. Nearly 10 days had passed, but her body was still in a translucent state, unable to condense into a solid body. It seemed that her previous injuries were not light. As soon as she moved, the sleeping tiger immediately woke up, stood up and growled at Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't go inside to avoid provoking the spirit and tiger duo. Moreover, with the oath of heavenly fate, he couldn't do anything to the duo. Don't panic. I'm just here to ask some questions, Lu Yi said. What do you want to ask? He looked at him. I heard you mention something about Green Cloud Market. Can you tell me more about it? You want to go to Green Cloud Market? That's right. Lu Yi could not take the path of absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy. Refining essence into qi was not a long-term path either. Lu Yi had almost killed all the beasts in the vicinity. Taking elixirs and cultivating was the source of happiness. Lu Yi knew that the Green Cloud Market was a place where cultivators gathered to trade. Lu Yi planned to go there and take a look. Maybe he could get some elixirs to eat. At the very least, he could broaden his horizons. Ever since he stepped into the cultivation world, he had been cultivating behind closed doors. This wasn't a good thing. Is that so? Yi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then stuck her tongue out at him. I won't tell you. If you want to know, go find it yourself. Yi had suffered so much at Lu Ye's hands, so how could she cooperate with him obediently? Now that she was bound by the oath of heavenly fate, as long as she and the big tiger didn't provoke or hurt Lu Yi couldn't do anything to them. What was there to be afraid of? Lu Yi stared at her for a moment, then turned and left. Huh! Yi didn't expect this. She didn't expect Lu Yi to leave so decisively. After a moment of hesitation, she floated to Lu Ye's side and said, But if you beg me, maybe I'll tell you when I'm in a good mood. Lu Yi glanced at her and sensed her vile personality. Hurry up and beg me. If you don't beg me, I won't tell you. Otherwise. Yi smiled and floated in front of him. She was as happy as a little butterfly. Say that you're wrong and I'll forgive you. Lu Yi stopped in his tracks and took out the long sword from the storage pouch at his waist. He slowly unsheathed it. What are you doing? Yi was so scared that her face turned pale. She instantly cowered to the side and hid behind the big tiger. The big tiger also lowered its body and roared. I'm telling you, with the oath of heavenly fate, you can't act recklessly. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. Yi poked her head out from behind the big tiger and sternly warned. Lu Yi ignored her and simply pointed his sword at the void in front of him. As he poured his spirit qi into it, the long sword began to glow. He whispered softly, I've decided. Decided what? Yi was confused. From today onwards, I'll kill 10 beasts every day until there are no more beasts in this area, Lu Yi said in a sonorous voice. After speaking, he rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry! Clang! Lu Yi sheathed his sword and stepped forward. Yi was startled for a moment before a bitter expression appeared on her face. The big tiger turned to look at her and rolled his eyes like a human. Senior brother, please wait! Yi shouted and chased after Lu Yi. Half an hour later, under a large tree, Lu Yi looked at the graffiti-like pattern on the ground. Yi then pointed out the location to him. This is Emerald Cloud Mountain. The market at the foot of the mountain is Emerald Cloud Market. Our location is here. If you walk from here, head east. After 20 miles, you will cross a small river. After another 10 miles, there will be a stone forest. After another 20 to 30 miles, you will reach Emerald Cloud Market. Lu Yi frowned and impatiently said, Just tell me where to go. Don't talk about north, south, east, and west. This way. Yi decisively pointed in a direction. Chapter 39. Half an hour later, Lu Yi got up and set off in the direction of Cyan Cloud Market. Behind him, Yi hovered in the air, enthusiastically sending him off. To Yi Hu, Lu Yi was an uninvited guest who had intruded into their territory. These days, he had killed too many beasts, which had affected the stability of this area. This was also the reason why they had gone to find trouble with Lu Yi before. If Lu Yi continued to stay, it would not be long before all the food in this area had been killed. At that time, they would have to find another place to live. However, there were too many monster beasts in this mountain range, and rashly intruding into other territories meant facing unknown dangers. Therefore, after realizing that sending Lu Yi away was a good thing, Yi obediently cooperated. Otherwise, she would not have been so obedient. Of course, Lu Yi had warned them before leaving that if they could not find Cyan Cloud Market smoothly, or if they gave him any wrong information, he would return. In this regard, Yi patted her flat chest and promised that everything she had said before was not false. Along the way, Lu Yi recalled the various information that Yi had revealed. Not only the information about Cyan Cloud Market, but Lu Yi also asked her a lot about the Spirit Stream battlefield. It was not easy to find a person here who could communicate and manipulate so naturally. He wanted to make the best use of him. Yi also told him everything she knew. Although the jade slip given to him by the sect master recorded some information about the Spirit Stream battlefield, the situation at the time was too urgent, and the sect master did not know where Lu Yi would appear after entering the battlefield, so the information left behind was not detailed. On the contrary, the information obtained from Yi was more suitable for Lu Ye's current situation. According to Yi, the entire Spirit Stream battlefield was a circular area with an extremely vast area, the size of a state. If one were to break it down, it could be divided into 3 major areas: the outermost outer circle, the middle inner circle, and the innermost core circle. The deeper one went, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became. In addition, there were some special areas that produced some miraculous products, such as rare mineral veins and rare spiritual fruit. These were all cultivation resources that cultivators would desperately fight over. All the major sects of the 9 states had their own encampments in the Spirit Stream battlefield, and the higher the rank of the sect, the closer the encampment would be. For example, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank sects in the various continents were stationed in the core circle. The 4th to 6th rank sects were generally scattered in the inner circle. As for the 7th to 9th rank sects, they could only occupy the outermost circle. Of course, the number of sects at this level was the highest, so the outer circle occupied the widest area. The good news was that Lu Yi was currently situated in the outer circle, and regardless of whether it was the density of the spiritual qi or the production of resources, it was not as good as the other 2 areas, so it was very unlikely that she would encounter any particularly powerful Spirit Stream stage cultivators. However, the bad news was that he did not know the exact location of the Jade Blood sect's encampment. The Jade Blood sect was a 9th rank sect, so their encampment was naturally in the outer circle. If he was lucky, he would not be too far away from the Jade Blood sect's encampment. However, if he was unlucky and the Jade Blood sect's encampment was separated from the Spirit Stream battlefield's central axis, then if he followed the battle mark, he would have to pass through the entire Spirit Stream battlefield and enter the inner and core circles. With his cultivation level at the first layer of the Spirit Stream stage, he could barely protect himself in the outer circle. However, if he entered the inner or core circles, he would definitely not have a good ending. The Spirit Stream stage cultivators there were definitely as many as the clouds. The best thing to do now was to take a curved path and advance along the outer circle. This way, he could avoid encountering 2 powerful enemies. In the continent of the 9 states, the Grand Heaven Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge were constantly at war. Sects rose and fell one after another. It could be said that the cultivators of the 9 states grew up in the flames of war and slaughter. Basically, no matter which camp the disciples of the various great sects were in, as long as they reached the Spirit Stream stage, they would be sent to the Spirit Stream battlefield to temper themselves. However, the difference in strength between the first layer of the Spirit Stream stage and the 9th layer was too great. Even the disciples of the first-rank sects did not have much of an advantage when their cultivation level was not high. Thus, the inner and core circles were not suitable for cultivators with low cultivation levels to temper themselves. This gave rise to a tradition. All the sects would send their disciples with low cultivation levels to the outer circle so that they could temper themselves and be washed away by the waves. As for the method of sending them over, it was naturally through the use of the Tianji pillar. The Tianji pillar had various functions, and one of them was that it could be used for positioning and teleportation. After paying a certain price, the large and medium-sized sects in the inner and core circles could use the Tianji pillar to send their disciples with low cultivation levels to the encampments of the small sects that they were on good terms with so that they could temper themselves in the outer circle. In return, these large and medium-sized sects would protect the safety of these small sects at appropriate times, such as when their encampments were attacked. Therefore, the relationship between the sects in the entire 9 states was very close. Often, a large sect would shelter dozens or even more small sects, and a small sect would also be on good terms with several large sections. While digesting this information, Lu Yi had a clear understanding of his current situation. It had to be said that his luck was really good. He was sent to the Spirit Stream battlefield by the headmaster and appeared in the outer circle, which gave him the capital to continue to survive. As for the Cyan Cloud Market, in fact, there was more than one such market. The entire Cyan Cloud Mountain was very big, and there were several markets at the foot of the mountain called Cyan Cloud Market. Cultivators from all over the 9 states gathered in the market. Not only were there people from the Grand Heaven Alliance, but there were also people from the myriad Devil Ridge. The market was ownerless, so it was a spontaneous gathering place for cultivators. It was also a place for cultivators to trade and rest. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the market was relatively safe because rashly attacking here could easily lead to a chaotic battle between cultivators from both sides. There had been a few such precedents, where the grudges of 1 or 2 people had led to a chaotic battle between hundreds and thousands of people, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Since then, those who dared to attack in the market would be instantly besieged and killed by the nearby cultivators. This was an unwritten rule that all the cultivators who entered the market would abide by. Of course, if one had the ability to quietly kill others without anyone noticing, then one could be unscrupulous. But the cultivators in the outer circle didn't have high cultivations, so who could have such an ability? This was undoubtedly good news for Lu Yi. As a first-order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator, he was just qualified to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was in the group with the lowest cultivation in the entire battlefield, so he wouldn't have an advantage against anyone. Following the clues given by Yi, Lu Yi first crossed a small river, then passed through a messy stone forest until he reached the foot of the mountain. An area that covered an area of several miles, with all kinds of buildings scattered about, appeared in his field of vision. He had arrived at the Cyan Cloud Market. Chapter 40. Green Cloud Market did not have a fixed entrance. Lu Yi naturally blended in with the flow of people entering and exiting the market from the foot of Green Cloud Mountain. The bustling atmosphere blew against his face. On the tangled and complicated streets, cultivators came and went, shoulder to shoulder. Lu Yi did not expect that a small market could gather so many cultivators. He did not even see a shadow of a person on Green Cloud Mountain. No, he saw half of a person. It was not strange when he thought about it. No matter which sect it was, the number of cultivators at the bottom level would always be the most. The outermost area of the Spirit Stream battlefield was where the lowest level cultivators gathered. Just from the appearance of these cultivators, it was impossible to tell which camp they belonged to. After all, no one would carve their origin on their forehead and parade around. He could not even distinguish the cultivation level of these cultivators. Lu Yi was originally puzzled. The Grand Heaven Alliance and the myriad Devil Ridge were 2 opposing camps. After so many wars, people's brains had been beaten to a pulp. Both sides had irreconcilable hatred. How could the cultivators of these two camps peacefully coexist? Only when he arrived here did he realize that everyone did not know which camp they belonged to. Even if they mixed together, they could only be vigilant against strangers. It was impossible for them to act rashly. The cultivators coming and going wore all kinds of clothes. Lu Yi was dazzled by them. Some female cultivators wore skimpy clothes, revealing a large part of their snow-white skin. It was really a beautiful scenery. Only then did he realize that the atmosphere of the 9 prefectures was so open. He was wrong. The 9 prefectures was a big world. The local customs were different in the 9 prefectures. The customs of some places were like this. It was not because one wore less that they were open-minded. "Kid, make way." A deep voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned around and saw a sturdy chest with a large mass of black hair. Under Lu Ye's gaze, the 2 pectorals even trembled intentionally, showing the explosive power. Lu Yi looked up and saw an unbelievably tall and sturdy figure standing behind him. His height could only reach the person's chest. The man had 2 curved horns on his forehead, which made Lu Yi a little dumbfounded. Huff! The tall and sturdy figure breathed out 2 waves of heat from his nostrils. He looked down at Lu Yi and said, "You're blocking the way." Lu Yi hurriedly jumped to the side and pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. However, his vigilance was quickly dispelled because there was a petite woman standing beside the bull-horned man. Most importantly, the woman had 2 furry ears on her head, which looked like cat ears. She should be the bull-horned man's companion. Meow, the girl looked at Lu Yi with amusement. She let out a soft cry and winked at him charmingly. Wow, Lu Yi was overjoyed. Under his reluctant gaze, the bull-horned muscular man and the cat-eared girl quickly disappeared into the crowd. "That's a Yao cultivator who hasn't fully transformed." A voice suddenly rang out beside Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned his head and saw a chubby figure standing beside him, looking at him with a smile. His eyes slightly narrowed. This person's clothes were inlaid with gold and jade, and he had a few jade thumb rings on his hand. He didn't look like a cultivator, but more like a local tycoon. Yao cultivator? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Yao cultivators before. The sect master had also mentioned that many Yao cultivators had a natural advantage in terms of physique, so they were suitable for the path of body cultivation. Many sects would also accept Yao cultivators as disciples. It was just that he had never seen a Yao cultivator before, so seeing one for the first time, he couldn't help feeling a sense of novelty. That's right. However, when their cultivation is higher, the characteristics of those demonic beasts will slowly disappear. Fellow Taoist, you seem to be interested in those cute demonic cultivators? As the moneybag spoke, he stretched out 2 fingers and gestured above his head. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is the first time I've seen them." "So that's how it is. Is fellow Taoist a rogue cultivator?" the local tycoon asked with a smile. The reason for this inference was mainly because Lu Yi was alone. Generally speaking, if a disciple from a sect entered the spirit stream battlefield, it was impossible for them to be alone. At the very least, they would act together with some of their fellow disciples so they could look after each other. For example, the 2 Yao cultivators were actually from the same sect. Lu Yi casually responded, "Kind of." The sect master had warned him not to mention his identity as a disciple of the Blue Blood sect to anyone, so of course he wouldn't talk about it casually. The local tycoon sighed. "It's not easy to be a loose cultivator. Elder brother is also a loose cultivator, so I understand your situation very well." He changed the topic and chuckled. "If fellow Taoist is interested in those cute things, you can come to my Heavenly Secret Business Alliance to take a look. As long as fellow Taoist can afford it, anything is negotiable." Lu Yi said seriously, "You misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person." I understand. The local tycoon nodded repeatedly. Of course, if fellow Taoist wants to buy any medicinal pills, spirit tools, spirit talismans, information, maps, or anything good, you can come to my Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. I guarantee that we can satisfy fellow Taoists' needs. Lu Yi was puzzled. What does your business alliance do? The business of this business alliance seemed to cover a wide range of areas. What caught his attention was that this business alliance was actually named after the word Heavenly Secret, which seemed a bit unusual. The local tycoon said, "It's a business alliance, so of course it's based on business. We do whatever business can make us money. We welcome guests from all over the 9 provinces and happily accept wealth from all over the world. However, fellow Taoist, please rest assured. Although my Heavenly Secret Business Alliance has a large business, we have always adhered to the principle of treating all customers equally. No matter what kind of customer comes to do business with us, we will treat them all equally. We will never treat them differently based on their cultivation." At this moment, Lu Yi finally reacted. This local tycoon was a member of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. He probably saw the performance of a country bumpkin entering the city, so he came to curry favor with him to see if there was any business to be done. "I'm very poor." Lu Yi shook his head. The local tycoon chuckled. "A dragon swimming in shallow water will not succeed. However, I can see that fellow Taoist's character is extraordinary. In the future, fellow Taoist will definitely become a great person. It doesn't matter if you're poor now. There will be a time when fellow Taoist will rise." "Thank you for your auspicious words." Lu Yi nodded. Of course, he didn't believe that this guy had really seen through him. If he wasn't mistaken, he would say the same thing to any stranger he met. This was the so-called forming good karma. If fellow Taoist wants to go to the business alliance, just walk this way. The most eye-catching building will be there. The local tycoon pointed in a direction for Lu Yi and then cupped his fists. "Then I won't disturb fellow Taoist any longer." With that, he left in a carefree manner. After chatting for a while, Lu Yi was more or less interested in the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. He had to admit that although the local tycoon had come to chat with him, he didn't give Lu Yi any bad feelings. Even if he believed that Lu Yi was a rogue cultivator, his words were appropriate, and it was easy for him to leave a good impression. It was worth going to take a look. Lu Yi naturally didn't have the financial resources to buy anything, but he still had things that he could sell. Perhaps he could go to the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance and exchange them for some spirit pills. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had just arrived at this market, so it was more important for him to familiarize himself with the environment and the atmosphere of the cultivation world. Chapter 41. Cyan Cloud Market was a small market square, and there were countless such markets in the entire Spirit Stream battlefield. Cultivators always needed places to trade and rest, so this kind of market square was formed spontaneously. Because there was no one to manage the market square, everything in the market square was very messy, especially the buildings. Different styles of buildings from all over the 9 regions were scattered, making the market square look like a hodgepodge. These buildings were built by cultivators who lived here all year round. There were actually a lot of cultivation resources in the nearby Cyan Cloud Mountain, and the safety factor was very high. Naturally, many low-level cultivators would flock here, especially those rogue cultivators who did not belong to any sect. Each building was a shop that sold all kinds of cultivation materials, and there were even tea houses and restaurants. Low-level cultivators also needed to eat and drink, and because cultivators had more daily needs than mortals, it was inevitable for them to make a living. Lu Yi walked through one shop after another, only looking but not buying, mainly because he did not have the money to buy, and gradually understood the way cultivators traded. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of currency system was used in the mortal world of the 9 regions, but cultivators generally use things like spirit stones to trade. This was the hard currency of the cultivation world. In daily cultivation, battle, or even drawing talismans and laying out arrays, spirit stones were very useful. It was for this reason that spirit stones were the standard of measurement for cultivators' transactions. Lu Yi had never seen spirit stones before. When he was tested for talent, the third senior brother of the Green Jade sect had placed spirit stones on the array, but he didn't care too much at that time. At this moment, he learned that the spirit stones were a kind of translucent crystal, about the size of a thumbnail, and were divided into high and low quality. However, perhaps because the cultivators here were very low in cultivation, they all used low-grade spirit stones. From this, it seemed that there should be better high-grade spirit stones and the like. Most of the shops in the market square were medicine shops, selling spirit pills and miraculous medicines for cultivators. Lu Yi had no money, so he could only watch the fun. However, after walking through one shop after another, he more or less had a general idea of the general prices. In addition to the shops in the market square, there was also a street where many rogue cultivators gathered. They set up simple stalls on the side of the road, putting the things they wanted to sell on the stalls, and haggling when they saw something they liked. This street was extremely lively, much livelier than the other streets that Lu Yi had been to. There were all kinds of things being sold, just like a market. After strolling around the market for half a day, Lu Yi had seen everything that he needed to see. He found an empty spot on the street and sat down cross-legged. He took out a few pieces of ore from his storage pouch and placed them on the table. After thinking for a moment, he took out a piece of magnetic ore the size of a fist. He didn't want to sell these ores, mainly because he wanted to know how much they were worth. After walking around for half a day, he was also hungry, so he took out some beast meat to eat. He had killed quite a few beasts before, and had roasted them and stored them in his storage pouch. It should be enough to last him for a few days. As he ate, he carefully observed the cultivators coming and going. The cultivation level of these cultivators was a mystery to him. Now, he only knew that those who were qualified to walk in the spirit stream battlefield were at least in the first-order spirit stream realm, but as for how high their cultivation was, he couldn't tell. This wasn't a good thing. He would definitely have a conflict with others in the future, so not being able to determine the cultivation level of others was a bit dangerous for him. If he encountered a cultivator that he couldn't defeat, he might lose his life before he could probe the other party's depths. So, he wanted to see if he could find some clues through observation. This way, he would have more means to protect his life in the future. Cultivators walked past one by one. Lu Yi carefully observed each of them, but he couldn't find anything. "Junior brother, what are you looking at?" Lu Ye's abnormal behavior attracted the attention of a nearby stall owner. She was a female cultivator with a voluptuous figure. She wore a green dress that had been washed many times, but it was still considered clean. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her slender white neck. Lu Yi hadn't noticed her before, but when he turned his head to look, he immediately saw the scenery of undulating mountains. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yi shook his head. Nothing. He took a bite of dried meat and drank a mouthful of water. The female cultivator pursed her lips. "You can't be trying to see the cultivation level of others, right?" Lu Yi was surprised. "Is it that obvious?" The female cultivator laughed. "Because when I first entered the spirit stream battlefield, I was just like you, dumb and dumb. So everyone has the same idea." Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. It's not easy to be a loose cultivator. There's no one to guide you, no elders to protect you, and you don't even have a place to shelter you from the wind and rain. The female cultivator clearly recalled her previous experience and sighed. She stopped thinking about it and said, "You can't see anything with just the naked eye." Lu Yi asked, "Then what should I do? Since you've become a spirit stream cultivator, you should have enough spiritual power. Why don't you try circulating your spiritual power?" Lu Yi was stunned when he heard this and secretly cursed himself for being stupid. He immediately tried to do as the female cultivator had said. He circulated his spiritual power and gathered it in his eyes. In the next moment, he seemed to have opened the door to a new world. The cultivators coming and going in front of him were all covered in a layer of spiritual light that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The spiritual light flowed slowly, a sign that the spiritual power in the cultivators' bodies was flowing. At first glance, there wasn't much difference between the spiritual light, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see some differences. Some people's spirit light flowed faster and denser on the surface of their bodies, while others did the opposite. Lu Yi understood. Those whose spiritual light was denser and flowed faster obviously had higher cultivation bases, while those who didn't had lower cultivation bases. Do you see it? The female cultivator asked again. Lu Yi nodded repeatedly. The female cultivator said, "If you can enter a sect, you'll naturally know these things. However, loose cultivators have no one to guide them, so they have to figure it out on their own." At that moment, Lu Yi saw a few strange people. They didn't have any spiritual light on their bodies, which made him confused. After those people walked past, he asked the female cultivator next to him about this. The female cultivator said, "It's very normal. They either have a spiritual artifact that conceals their aura, or they cultivate some secret technique that conceals their aura. However, the cultivators here don't have high cultivation bases, so they don't have the energy to cultivate any secret technique. So, it's most likely the former." "I see." Lu Yi nodded in understanding. "Let me give you a piece of advice," the female cultivator said with a smile. "If you encounter such people in the future, run as far away as you can. They definitely come from a powerful force with a deep foundation, not something that loose cultivators like us can compare to. Also, although this method can roughly determine a person's cultivation, it's not completely accurate. Only when they really attack will you be able to determine their specific cultivation base from their spiritual energy fluctuations." Lu Yi gratefully said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior apprentice sister." After thinking for a bit, he took out a piece of dried meat from his storage bag and handed it over. The female cultivator laughed and didn't refuse his kindness. She reached out to receive it and slowly ate it, but the way she ate was obviously much better than Lu Yi. Chapter 42. Lu Yi looked at the spirit auras of the cultivators coming and going, then looked at his own. Using this as a comparison, he could roughly estimate the cultivations of these cultivators. Generally speaking, cultivators at the second and third layer of the spirit stream sect were the majority, with fewer at the first layer, and most of them were rogue cultivators. Although as long as one's cultivation reached the first order spirit stream realm, they would be qualified to cultivate and travel on the battlefield, but under the premise that the large and small sects had spare energy, they would naturally wait for their disciples to have a higher cultivation before letting them leave the sect's encampment. This way, they would have more capital to protect their lives. On the other hand, rogue cultivators had no one to rely on. Although the battlefield was dangerous, there were opportunities everywhere. If they wanted to live comfortably, they would naturally come out early to fight. This was somewhat like the difference between the children of poor families and the children of rich families. There were also fourth-order spirit stream cultivators, but the proportion was not high. Usually, only one or two would appear in dozens of cultivators. Lu Yi also saw a guy who seemed to be at the fifth-order spirit stream realm. That person's perception was extremely sharp. When Lu Yi saw him, he turned his head and looked at him. His scarlet eyes were like a pair of beast's eyes, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lu Yi suddenly felt a chill all over his body. After such an observation, Lu Yi more or less had an idea in his heart. Thinking back to when he killed Manager Yang and Zhou Qing in the mine, Lu Yi only knew that their cultivations were not high, but he was not clear about their specific cultivation. Looking at it now, Manager Yang was probably at the third-order spirit stream realm. As for Zhou Qing, at most, he was at the second-order spirit stream realm. However, one of them was affected by the Yuan magnetic force field, so it was difficult for him to use his spirit energy. The other was seriously injured and had been taken advantage of by Lu Yi. Now, the grass on his grave was probably 10 feet high. Lu Yi did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the spirit aura on his body was clearer than that of other first-order spirit stream cultivators. As he was observing, a person suddenly squatted down in front of him. That person picked up an ore from Lu Yi's stall and asked, "How much is this?" How would Lu Yi know how to sell it? He had placed these ores here to test the waters, so he had prepared the wording. "Name a price, if it's appropriate, I'll sell it." At the same time, he checked the other party's cultivation. From the spirit aura on his body, he should be at the second-order spirit stream realm. But this guy's spirit aura seemed to be much more turbid. Lu Yi suddenly came to a realization. Could this be what the headmaster had said about the obscure spiritual power? If that was the case, it meant that the person in front of him had taken too many spirit pills recently and had accumulated pill toxins in his body. That person then reported a number, 2 spirit stones. Crawl. Although Lu Yi didn't know how much his ore was worth, he was sure that the other party was here to pick up a bargain, so he didn't need to think too much about it. That person wasn't angry. He had only come over to see if there was anything he could take advantage of when he saw Lu Yi's foolish appearance. After confirming with his gaze, he knew that Lu Yi wasn't someone who could be taken advantage of so easily. Naturally, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to become enemies with Lu Yi. He put down the ore and left. After that, more and more people came to ask for the price. Lu Yi told them to quote their own price, but not a single transaction was successful. What Lu Yi was concerned about was that the origin magnetic ore was the most frequently asked questions, and the price offered by others was also the highest, with a price of 20 spirit stones, and it was the price offered by a cultivator at the 4th layer of the spiritual stream tier. It seemed that this thing was indeed very valuable. No wonder whether it was Manager Yang or Zhou Qing, they both used their positions to hide some. This kind of valuable thing, even for cultivators at their level, was no small fortune. Lu Yi's side didn't open for business. On the contrary, the things on the female cultivator's stall were constantly decreasing. She was selling herbs that she had harvested from Mount Azure Cloud, which had a very wide audience. In less than half a day, she had sold everything. The female cultivator packed up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she asked Lu Yi, "You want to know the value of these ores, right?" She had been watching from the side for half a day, so how could she not see Lu Yi's intentions? Lu Yi nodded. "Does senior apprentice sister know how much these things are worth?" The female cultivator shook her head and said, "I don't know much about ores. I can't even recognize what these stones are, so I don't know how much they are worth. However, if you really want to sell them, you can go to the Tianji Business Alliance. Although the price they buy is slightly lower than the normal price, generally speaking, it's still fair. The main thing is that the cultivators here aren't rich. You can sell some small things, but for example, magnetic ores, there aren't many people who have the financial resources to buy them. The price they offer won't be too high." In fact, Lu Yi also noticed this problem. However, he didn't intend to sell his ores here. At this moment, after hearing the female cultivator's words, he naturally followed her advice. "Thank you for your guidance, senior apprentice sister. Then I wish you good luck." The female cultivator smiled gently at Lu Yi. She took a few steps and disappeared into the crowd. Not long after the female cultivator left, Lu Yi also packed up his stall. He didn't set up a stall here to sell things. His main purpose was to observe other cultivators more conveniently and find a way to judge their strength. Now that he had achieved his goal under the female cultivator's guidance, there was naturally no need to waste any more time. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi stood in front of a huge circular building and looked up. In the messy layout of the market square, such a building was definitely an eye-catching symbol. This was the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. Just a single building invisibly showed its deep background and huge financial resources. The Commerce Alliance's plaque was hung on the main entrance. The door was wide open like a beast's mouth. Countless cultivators went in and out. On both sides of the door, there was a pair of golden couplets. On the left side, there were the words, "Welcome guests from all over the world." On the right side, there was the words, "Welcome guests from all over the world." Lu Yi followed the crowd into the main hall. Strangely, although there were many cultivators going in and out, the main hall was extremely quiet. Immediately, a female cultivator with a pretty face and a slim figure came forward and bowed to Lu Yi. "Greetings, senior apprentice brother." Lu Yi returned the greeting. He couldn't help but look at the pair of hairy ears on the other party's head. This was another demonic cultivator. Moreover, it was a demonic cultivator who hadn't completely transformed. According to the fat cultivator from before, once these demonic cultivators' cultivation reached a high level, their demonic beast characteristics would slowly disappear, and they would gradually become no different from ordinary people. Therefore, it wasn't strange to see many demonic cultivators with demonic beast characteristics here, because the cultivators here didn't have high cultivation. Although she noticed Lu Ye's gaze, the female cultivator was already used to it. Naturally, she didn't show any abnormalities. She still asked in a gentle voice, "Senior apprentice brother, do you want to buy or sell? Or do you want to take a stroll?" It seemed that different choices would lead to different receptions. Lu Yi calmed down and said, "I'll sell." The female cultivator smiled and gestured with her hand. "Senior apprentice brother, this way please." Lu Yi followed her in that direction. There seemed to be many cubicles there. He could vaguely see figures sitting in those cubicles and discussing. Chapter 43. A moment later, Lu Yi sat in a compartment surrounded by screens to block prying eyes. The female monster cultivator was nowhere to be seen, but before she left, she had asked Lu Yi to wait here and a steward would soon come to trade with him. If he had any other instructions, he could ring the bell on the side and someone would come to greet him. There was a pot of tea on the table, so Lu Yi poured himself a cup. After taking a sip, he immediately showed a surprised expression because this tea did not seem to be ordinary tea. There was some spirit energy contained in the tea, although not much, it was definitely there. This discovery made Lu Yi realize the huge financial resources of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. This was just tea to entertain guests, but who knew how much it would cost in a day? Without a foundation, one would not be able to withstand such a torment. He drank in big mouthfuls. After drinking a pot, still no one came to greet him. Lu Yi was not in a hurry and gently rang the bell on the side. Immediately, a maid from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance came in. "What orders does guest have?" Lu Yi pointed to the empty pot on the table. "Refill?" The maid was stunned for a moment, but her reaction was not slow. She quickly figured out what Lu Yi meant, smiled, picked up the empty pot, and walked out. A moment later, another maid came in with a pot of spirit tea and gently put it down. "Guest, please enjoy." It was not until Lu Yi drank 3 pots of tea and burped that a woman came in. "Sorry to keep fellow Taoist waiting. This mistress, Lu Rian, greets fellow Taoist." A faint fragrance immediately lingered at the tip of Lu Ye's nose. Looking at the woman who came in, he saw that she was wearing skimpy clothes, exposing a large part of her snow-white skin. Coupled with her soft voice, the atmosphere in the small compartment became ambiguous. "It's fine," Lu Yi nodded. The woman named Lu Rian pulled out a chair across from Lu Yi and sat down. She then picked up the teapot and personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Yi. Her body leaned forward greatly, and the outline of her back looked alluring. Her split neckline was snow-white and it made Lu Yi dizzy. He quickly took a sip of tea to calm his nerve. When she came in, Lu Yi had checked her aura and speculated that this woman should be a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator, but her aura was not clear. It seemed that she often took pills to cultivate. Putting down the teapot, Lu Rian asked, May I know what fellow Taoist wants to sell? Lu Yi took out the oars he was going to sell from his storage bag. Of course, he wouldn't take them all out at once. This was his first time coming into contact with the Tianji Business Alliance. He still didn't know the character of this business alliance. What he took out were the ones he had taken out from the stall earlier. Pieces of oars were placed in front of Lu Rian. She casually picked up one of them and examined it for a moment before she nodded. This piece of red essence iron is of good quality. It's a pity that it's too small. If it was bigger, it could be refined into a longsword. She picked up another piece, and her beautiful eyes lit up. This starmoon stone is also fine, it has very few impurities. Then, he took the third piece. Lu Yi finally saw what professionalism was. This woman named Lu Rian was very familiar with the oars in front of Lu Yi. Her comments were all on point, although Lu Yi didn't really understand. Finally, she picked up the magnetic oar and said with a smile, "This thing is rare in the outer circle of the battlefield. It can be sold for a good price." Putting down the magnetic oar, she looked at Lu Yi and said, "The Business Alliance can sell these things for 55 spirit stones. If fellow Taoist thinks the value is appropriate, we can trade." Thanks to the results of his observation in the market, Lu Yi roughly understood the purchasing power of 55 spirit stones. Moreover, this price was also within his expectations. When he set up the stall earlier, although many people offered prices with the intention of taking advantage of him, overall, Lu Yi also used this opportunity to figure out the general value of his oars. It could be said that there wasn't much difference between Lu Rian's price. He frowned slightly and said, "It's a bit cheap." Lu Rian smiled and said, "Compared to fellow Taoist peddling them one by one, it's naturally cheaper, but it can save fellow Taoist a lot of effort, right? The Business Alliance has a large business and many people need to feed. Fellow Taoist, you should at least give us some space to profit. Add a bit more." Lu Rian raised her hand and rubbed her forehead as if she had a headache. However, her appearance was not bad, so not only did this not make people feel disgusted, but it also made her more charming. "All right, since fellow Taoist is sincere in selling, then I'll make the decision to add 4 more spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, you must not bargain anymore, or I'll have to pay for this deal myself." She looked at Lu Yi pitifully as if she was bullied. Lu Yi naturally did not believe her, but seeing her like this, he knew that there was no way to raise the price anymore, so he said, "Okay." Lu Rian immediately smiled like a flower. "Fellow Taoist, how do you want to pay? Spirit stones or spirit pills? How much are you selling these spirit pills?" Lu Yi asked. He was a little surprised that he could pay with spirit pills. He originally planned to buy the spirit pills after getting the spirit stones, but on second thought, many low-level cultivators would do this. The Tianji Business Alliance's method of payment undoubtedly saved him a lot of formalities. "There are 9 spirit pills in a bottle, and the price is 10 spirit stones." Lu Yi frowned and said, "Don't fool me. It's only 1 spirit stone per pill outside. Why are you selling them more expensive?" Lu Rian explained, "Although they're all spirit pills, the quality of the spirit pills refined by different alchemists is different. The alchemists in the Business Alliance who refine spirit pills are all great cultivators with superb skills. Those alchemists outside can't compare to them. If fellow Taoist doesn't believe me, you can buy some to compare and you'll be able to feel it. Moreover, if there's really a problem with the quality of the Business Alliance's spirit pills, there won't be so many cultivators coming to the Business Alliance to buy them." Lu Yi nodded. "What you said makes some sense. Then give me 5 bottles of spirit pills and the rest of the spirit stones." "Okay." Lu Rian nodded and stood up. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." She turned around and left the compartment while swaying her waist. Soon, she returned and took out 5 bottles and 4 spirit stones, placing them in front of Lu Yi. "These are your things, fellow Taoist." After the deal was done, each of them put the things into their own storage bags. Without waiting for Lu Yi to stand up, Lu Rian said, It's already late. Fellow Taoist, do you have a place to rest? When she asked this, Lu Yi suddenly remembered that there didn't seem to be any inns in this market. At least, he didn't see any. Seeing Lu Ye's expression, Lu Rian understood and said, "The Business Alliance's third floor and above are all inns. 1 spirit stone is enough to stay for a night. I guarantee that fellow Taoist won't be disturbed when you rest and cultivate." Also, she moved closer to Lu Ye's ear and breathed out, "If fellow Taoist has any other needs, we can also satisfy them. You just have to call the manager over there." "I'm not that kind of person," Lu Yi said seriously. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. This heavenly secret business alliance really did all kinds of business. Lu Rian had seen many people like Lu Yi, so she pretended not to hear him and said softly, "I'm a servant. If fellow Taoist wants me to serve you, you can call the manager to find me at that time." Lu Yi felt a headache coming. "I'm really not that kind of person." A moment later, Lu Rian looked at Lu Ye's back as he left. The smile on her face disappeared, and she said angrily, "Stingy man." Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator made a large transaction here, they would be rewarded with 1 or 2 spirit stones, especially after Lu Rian raised the price for Lu Yi. This was an unwritten rule. Unfortunately, it was Lu Ye's first time here to make a transaction, so he naturally didn't know about the reward. Chapter 44. There were many people like Lu Rian in the Business Alliance who were responsible for trading with cultivators. Although they received a monthly salary, it was not high enough to meet their needs for cultivation. The tips from customers were one of their additional sources of income. Of course, people like Lu Rian who were willing to put down their pride to serve customers were another way to make money. The people in the Business Alliance were all itinerant cultivators. Before they entered the Business Alliance, they were poor. They knew better than any other cultivator the cruelty of the cultivation world and the difficulty of survival. Therefore, serving customers was not something unacceptable. It was all forced by life. Walking out of the Tianji Business Alliance, Lu Yi sighed. He originally wanted to ask if he could sell those storage bags, but Lu Rian had made him forget about it. It was not good to turn back, so he could only wait for the next time. He originally planned to set off for the Jade Blood Sex station, but now it seemed that there was no need to rush. He had some good things on hand, so digesting them and completely transforming them into his own cultivation was the right way. The higher his cultivation, the safer his journey. As for staying in the Tianji Business Alliance, Lu Yi did not consider it. He was short of money at the moment. 1 spirit stone per night did not seem much, but if he had to stay for many days, it would be a huge expense. With 4 spirit stones left, Lu Yi found an elixir store based on his memory during the day and spent 2 spirit stones to buy 2 yun spirit pills. Then, he returned to the street where he had set up the stall during the day. He casually took out a few ores from his storage bag and placed them on the table. Lu Yi sat cross-legged and took out a spirit stone. It was the first time he had obtained a spirit stone, which could assist in cultivation. Lu Yi had already tried taking elixirs to cultivate. Now, he wanted to try cultivating with the help of spirit stones to compare the efficiency. If the efficiency was good, he would not have to spend spirit stones to buy elixirs in the future. Although he had cultivated without spirit stones, he had seen pigs run before. During the day, he had seen many stall owners selling things while cultivating with a spirit stone in their hand. They were very carefree. Now that he had learned something, Lu Yi discovered a benefit of using spirit stones to cultivate. That was, he could stop cultivating at any time. It was unlike taking elixirs, where the elixir force would dissolve in the abdomen. If he did not guide it in time, it would cause the elixir force to accumulate. However, using spirit stones to cultivate was different. If he encountered any problems, he could directly interrupt his cultivation and it would not affect him at all. Even at night, the street was bustling with noise and excitement. From time to time, cultivators would come to inquire about the price. Lu Yi dealt with them just like he did during the day and miraculously made a deal. One of the ores was sold for 5 spirit stones. When dawn arrived, Lu Yi stopped cultivating. He opened his palm and looked at the spirit stone. It had only shrunk a little. He then looked at the spirit force in his 10th aperture and frowned. After a night of trying, he came to a few conclusions. Using spirit stones to cultivate was much safer than using spirit pills. Firstly, the cultivation process could be interrupted at any time. Secondly, there were no hidden dangers when using spirit stones. This was the same as breathing in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, in terms of efficiency, it was far inferior to swallowing spirit pills. Perhaps it was due to his lack of talent that made it difficult for him to guide spiritual energy into his body. Lu Yi felt that with his current cultivation efficiency, it would take him several days of non-stop cultivation before he could consume a single spirit stone. Other cultivators might be more efficient, but they definitely couldn't compare to using spirit pills. As for the price-performance ratio, the value of a spirit stone was basically the same as a yun spirit pill. The increase in spiritual energy after consuming a spirit stone was about the same as the increase in spiritual energy after consuming a yun spirit pill. Therefore, the price-performance ratio was about the same. After this test, Lu Yi finally understood why everyone needed to exchange spirit stones for spirit pills to cultivate. In terms of efficiency, taking spirit pills was indeed more efficient. Naturally, everyone liked it more. When the sky was about to brighten, Lu Yi packed up his stall and walked out of the market. Since he didn't want to spend money on lodging in the Tianji Business Alliance, he could only find another place. He prepared to return to the cave in the Azure Cloud Mountain. It was still safe there, and he wouldn't be disturbed when he cultivated. The reason why he didn't leave at night was mainly because it wasn't safe to travel at night. Before leaving, he spent another 2 spirit stones to buy a lot of food. Hunting in the mountains was very time-consuming, and there weren't many beasts in that area. Checking his current assets, Lu Yi had 47 yun spirit pills, 5 low-rank spirit stones, nearly 30 spirit talismans, 6 healing pills, nearly 30 magnetic ores of various sizes, and some ores that Lu Yi couldn't name. He also had 4 sets of clothes. Compared to when he first entered the spirit stream battlefield, his assets were almost the same, but his cultivation had improved tremendously. Lu Yi believed that if he could convert all these things into strength, he might be able to break through to the spirit stream realm. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed and needed to be done slowly. There were many cultivators coming in and out of the market, most of them in group. There were also lone wolves like Lu Yi, who were rogue cultivators that didn't care about. When Lu Yi left the market, it was just before dawn. He was alone, so it was inevitable that he had to be careful. After smoothly entering Azure Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi flew all the way, deliberately circling around a few times to make sure that no one was following him. Only then did he follow the path out of the mountain. Before noon, Lu Yi rushed back to his previous cave. To his surprise, there was actually some movement in the cave. He carefully crept in, holding a spirit talisman in his hand, ready to use, but when he took a closer look, his nose almost went crooked from anger. Inside the cave, a snow-white figure was lying on the ground, snoring. Who else could it be but De Hu? Yi floated out from De Hu's head and met Lu Ye's eyes. The scene was a little awkward. "What are you doing in my house?" Lu Yi asked. Yi also asked, "Didn't you leave?" "I'm back." A moment later, De Hu's huge figure rushed out of the cave and turned back to roar at Lu Yi. On De Hu's head, Yi was furious, gnashing her teeth. "Big liar! You have no faith!" Scram! Lu Ye's shout came from the cave. After driving away the spirit and tiger who had taken over his nest, Lu Yi ate something and entered a state of cultivation. First, he took out the 2 yun spirit pills he had bought with spirit stones and took one of them. After the pill dissolved in his abdomen, he guided the spirit chi into his spirit aperture. The spirit chi in the 10th aperture slowly accumulated. When the pill's energy was completely consumed, Lu Yi opened his eyes and found a problem. The effect of the Yun spirit pill he bought from the market square didn't seem to be as good as those given to him by the head teacher. The difference wasn't too big, but there was indeed a gap. This could be inferred from the spirit chi accumulated in his spirit aperture. He didn't stop and took another Yun spirit pill. After the pill's energy was completely consumed, he was even more certain of this result. Then, he took out the Yun spirit pill he got from the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union and took it. After comparing, he finally came to the conclusion that Lu Ruyin didn't lie to him. The Yun spirit pills in the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union were indeed better than those sold outside, similar to those given to him by the head teacher. It seemed that he didn't spend the money in vain. If he wanted to buy pills in the future, he would have to go to the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union. At least the quality was guaranteed. Chapter 45. In the cave, Lu Yi cultivated diligently, taking one profound spirit pill after another. One spirit aperture was filled, and the next spirit aperture's barrier was broken. When he was sleepy, he slept, and when he was hungry, he ate. The days passed peacefully, and even a little boring, but Lu Yi felt the constant accumulation of spirit energy in his body, and knew that this was the process of becoming stronger. Before reaching the spirit stream realm, he basically maintained the frequency of opening one aperture every 3 days, and the consumption was about 6 profound spirit pills. Now that he had reached the spirit stream realm, he could still maintain the speed of opening one aperture every 3 days, but the consumption was a little higher, requiring 8 or 9 profound spirit pills for each aperture. The reason why he could still maintain the speed of opening one aperture was that his cultivation had improved, and the efficiency of refining profound spirit pills was faster than before. Previously, it took half a day to completely refine one profound spirit pill, and he could only refine 2 pills a day, but now, if he focused enough, he could refine 3 pills a day. As a result, although the consumption was greater, the speed of opening one aperture could still be maintained. After half a month, the last profound spirit pill was consumed. Lu Yi checked his cultivation. It was still at the first order spirit stream realm, but his spirit aperture had already opened 15 apertures, and the spirit energy in his 15th aperture was not full. He was only 3 apertures away from the second order spirit stream realm. If he could reach the second order spirit stream realm, his strength would definitely improve greatly, but he couldn't do it now. His spirit energy reserves had increased a lot, but the newly opened spirit apertures were not systematic, and could not be of much help to Lu Yi in battle. He still had ores that could be exchanged for spirit stones, and with his previous experience, he was ready to go down the mountain and visit the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union again. Walking out of the cave, the sun was high in the sky, but the jungle was dense, and only sporadic rays of light passed through the dense leaves, forming spots of light on the ground. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment, he adjusted to the light and walked forward. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard some strange movements not far away. He frowned slightly and quietly followed the sound. A moment later, he hid behind a big tree and looked forward. In that direction, 3 cultivators stood there as if they were facing a great enemy. All of them looked as if their parents had died, and their expressions were tense. One of the female cultivators was about to cry. Not far from the 3 cultivators, a large and sturdy snow-white tiger was pacing back and forth. Its amber tiger eyes glanced at the 3 cultivators from time to time, giving them a great sense of oppression. As it paced, it opened its mouth and said, "Open your storage bags and throw them on the ground, then get out of here. Otherwise, this king doesn't mind eating you." The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched when he heard this. He had heard this dignified and old voice before, but in the end, it was confirmed that it was the doing of the nightmare spirit called Yi. The 3 cultivators were obviously frightened. One of them trembled as he untied the storage pouch on his waist, opened the seal lock, and threw it on the ground. He looked at the tiger in horror and begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. We didn't offend you. Everything is here. Please let us go." Dahu glanced at the storage bag on the ground and roared, "Scram!" That person quickly turned around and ran away without looking back. With him taking the lead, the other 2 cultivators hurriedly threw down their storage bags and ran for their lives. After making sure that the 3 cultivators had run far away, Dahu slowly walked forward. However, before it could get close, a person came out of nowhere and grabbed the 3 storage bags in his hand. Dahu was shocked and jumped back. On its head, a small figure floated out and looked at Lu Yi dumbfoundedly. "Those are our things." Lu Yi grabbed the storage bags, checked them a little, and frowned. He found that there were very few things in these storage bags. Each person only had a few Yun spirit pills, herbs, and some miscellaneous daily necessities. As for spirit stones, there was no sign of them at all. Cursing the poor bastard, Lu Yi took out the Yun spirit pills and divided them into 2. He kept one for himself and threw the other to Yi. "Everyone has a share." Yi was shocked by his operation and pounced on him with bared fangs and brandished claws. "Give it back to me!" Clang! Unsheathing his long sword, Lu Yi looked at Yi, who pounced in front of him, and smiled without saying a word. Yi's figure froze in front of the long sword. She gnashed her teeth in anger and cursed. Her small mouth was smeared with honey. "Do you want me to call those 3 people back?" Yi immediately shrank her neck and reluctantly retreated. She knew that she couldn't get back the pills in Lu Ye's hands. She could feel that Lu Yi was much stronger than he was a month ago. If they really fought, Dahu was definitely no match for him. However, the experience of being robbed made her feel extremely wronged. She muttered words like shameless and despicable. "Let me ask you a question," Lu Yi said. "I won't tell you anything you ask." Yi gritted her teeth. "If you answer well, I'll return these things to you." Lu Yi waved the stolen goods in his hand. It was just a few Yun spirit pills. He didn't take them seriously. Yi smiled disdainfully. With a posture of treating money as dirt, she coiled herself on Dahu's head, sat up straight and raised her head. "Ask. I saw a lot of monster cultivators in the market at the foot of the mountain. They didn't seem to be a big deal. Why are those people so afraid of you?" This made Lu Yi very puzzled. Those monster cultivators were definitely stronger than Dahu. Logically speaking, there was no reason for cultivators who were used to monster cultivators to be so afraid of a monster beast that hadn't transformed. They were scared out of their wits by a few words. "You don't understand," Yi proudly said. "Monster cultivators who have transformed are different from monster beasts who haven't transformed." After her explanation, Lu Yi finally understood that not all monster beasts would choose to transform. Perhaps it was a matter of intelligence, or perhaps it was their own choice, or perhaps it was the inheritance of their bloodline. In short, a considerable number of monster beasts still maintained their original appearance. When this kind of monster beast was weak, they couldn't speak, but when their strength reached a certain level, they could speak human language. In other words, a monster beast that could speak human language was equivalent to a powerhouse. As for how strong they were, at least these low-level cultivators in the periphery couldn't provoke them. Therefore, the combination of Dahu and Yi was very frightening. Many cultivators who broke into this area suffered because of it. So that's how it is. Lu Yi understood and felt that he had learned more about the common sense of the cultivation world. He raised his hand and threw out the stolen goods, turned around and walked out of the mountain. Yi checked it and made sure there was no problem. She shouted at Lu Ye's back, "Are you leaving?" "It's none of your business." Lu Ye's voice came from afar. "Damn it," Yi muttered, turned around, hugged Dahu's head and said sadly, "Hu Puh, we're so pitiful." Awoo. Chapter 46. After leaving the mountain, Lu Yi appeared much more at ease. He arrived at the Green Cloud Market at the foot of the mountain with ease, then went to the Tianji Business Alliance with ease. Before the maid at the door could ask, Lu Yi spat out a word, sell. He sat in a room and drank the Tianji Business Alliance's spirit tea as usual. Unfortunately, he only drank a pot this time when someone walked in. Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Taoist. A middle-aged man walked in and bowed to Lu Yi. I'm Lu Quan. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi nodded. Lu Quan sat down and went straight to the point. What do you want to sell, fellow Taoist? Lu Yi took out a few pieces of ore that he had prepared before. Of course, the magnetic ore was the largest. The spirit stones that he sold those ores last time were mostly due to the magnetic ore's value. The magnetic ore he took out this time was slightly larger, so it might be more expensive. Lu Quan checked them one by one and gave a price for each ore. During this time, Lu Yi didn't speak and just drank his tea. Finally, he put down the magnetic ore and said, "This item is rare in the outer circle. It can be priced at 38 spirit stones, so the total price is 51 spirit stones. If fellow Taoist thinks it's fine, we can trade." Can't it be higher? Lu Yi looked at him. Lu Quan shook his head and smiled bitterly. It can't be higher. These things need to be refined and extracted by professionals before they become useful items. If it's higher, the business alliance won't have any profit margin. This guy was harder to deal with than Lu Rian. Lu Yi cursed in his heart. Last time, when he bargained with Lu Rian, she immediately increased the price by 4 spirit stones. Although she was a woman, she was much more straightforward than this Lu Quan. However, he didn't know that Lu Rian was willing to increase the price because there was an unwritten rule. At the same time, Lu Rian wanted to do another business with him, which was why she was so straightforward. However, Lu Yi didn't know that rule at all and didn't even tip her, which made Lu Rian a little unhappy. Lu Quan was a man and didn't expect to do any business with Lu Yi, so he naturally had a businesslike attitude. Lu Yi couldn't be bothered wasting time and took out 4 storage bags. You guys have a way to open these, right? This was what Yi had brought to him previously. She had told him that there was someone in the Green Cloud Market who could unlock the restriction lock in the storage pouch. However, Lu Yi had forgotten about this matter the last time. Lu Quan calmly took the storage bags. Obviously, he had seen this kind of thing many times. After a brief inspection, he said, "If fellow Taoist wants us to help you open them, we can. However, we will have to charge a fee." How? Lu Quan reported a number. Lu Ye's face darkened. The asking price was a little high. Lu Quan smiled. "Of course, you can sell these items to our merchant union. Each storage bag will be priced at this price." He gestured with his hand. Lu Yi smiled. "This number is even lower than the previous one. In other words, the cost of opening the storage bags from the merchant union was actually higher than selling them to the merchant union. This didn't make sense." Lu Quan smiled. "I know what fellow Taoist is thinking, but this is indeed the price. Fellow Taoist, you have to understand that the storage bags of cultivators in the outer circle are worthless. Perhaps there is nothing inside, just an empty bag. The merchant union will have to bear some risk, so the price won't be too high. Of course, if fellow Taoist wants to take a gamble and see if there are any valuable treasures in these storage bags, you only have to pay a fee to unlock them. It all depends on fellow Taoist's choice." Lu Yi thought of the 3 cultivators that Yi and Big Tiger had robbed. Indeed, there was nothing good in their storage bags. He immediately had an idea and haggled with Lu Quan. In the end, the 4 storage bags were sold to the merchant union at a price of 20 spirit stones. Including the previous one, that was 71 spirit stones. Lu Quan was clearly happy that the deal was done. He asked, "How do you want to pay? Spirit stones or spirit pills?" Lu Yi asked, "Do you have a map of the spirit stream battlefield?" The reason why Lu Yi asked this question was because he remembered that when he first entered the market, the landlord he met told him that the merchant union sold map. If he wanted to go to the Jade blood sect base, he had to figure out the exact location of the Jade blood sect. Having a map in hand would naturally be more convenient. Lu Quan immediately became enthusiastic. Of course we do. What kind of map does fellow Taoist want? How many do you have? There are 3 types: 3-part map, 7-part map, and 10-part map. What's the difference? Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. It was just selling a map. What was the point of going through so much trouble? It's like this. Lu Quan began to explain. Listening to his explanation, Lu Yi slowly understood the difference between the 3 types of map. In the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, there were countless bases of various forces. After all the sects and forces in the 9 states had their own bases on the battlefield. The forces intertwined with each other, and the bases frequently changed owners, so drawing a map was a very troublesome matter. However, the Tianji Business Alliance had the ability to do so. This was because the Business Alliance had countless sub-alliances throughout the battlefield. As long as they gathered the situation of each area, they could easily draw a map of the entire battlefield. This was an ability that no single force had. A complete map would include the situation of all the bases on the Spirit Stream battlefield, including which camp they belonged to, and the rank of each sect. Not only that, but the various terrains of the battlefield would also be marked. This was the 10-part map. The 7-part map was a watered-down version of the 10-part map. It only included the general situation of 70% of the forces on the battlefield. The 3-part map had even less information, with only 30% of the bases. As for the original terrains of the battlefield, they didn't exist at all for Lu Yi. If he wanted to buy a 10-part map, he would definitely buy a 10-part map because the Blue Blood sect was only a 9th-grade sect. The 3-part and 7-part maps might not be marked. If he bought a map and couldn't find the Blue Blood sect, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, there was an advantage to buying a 10-part map, and that was that he could go to the Tianji Business Alliance to update the map at any time in the future. Because of the constant fighting in the Spirit Stream battlefield, bases frequently changed owners. Today, a base belonged to the Grand Heaven Alliance, and tomorrow, it would belong to the Myriad Demon Ridge. If he didn't pay attention and rushed in, he would definitely not have a good end. With a map that could be updated in real time, a lot of risks could be avoided. However, after Lu Yi inquired about the price, he gave up on this idea. A 10-part map cost 600 spirit stones, and this was after a discount. As for the 3-part map that Lu Quan strongly recommended, it also cost a few dozen spirit stones, but why would Lu Yi want a 3-part map? In the end, he had no choice but to end the transaction. He kept one of the 71 spirit stones and used the remaining 70 to buy 7 bottles of 63 spirit accumulation pills. With so many spirit accumulation pills, his breakthrough to the second-order spirit stream realm was just around the corner. Chapter 47. In the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, Lu Quan politely sent Lu Yi to the door. Most of the cultivators in the outer circle were relatively poor, unless they were disciples from large sects. Therefore, it was not easy to come across a transaction worth a few dozen spirit stones, and Lu Ye's personality was quite straightforward, so Lu Quan naturally wanted to get to know him better so that he could take care of business in the future. After watching Lu Ye's figure disappear, Lu Quan turned around and a fragrant wind hit him in the face. Someone was standing behind him. "You scared me," Lu Quan grumbled. "Why are you standing behind me instead of greeting the guests?" The woman said sweetly, "I missed you." Lu Quan glanced around with a guilty conscience and found that no one was paying attention to them, so he lowered his voice and said, "I'll find you tonight when I get off work." "Okay," the woman replied with a smile. Lu Quan walked to the hall and greeted the other guests as if nothing had happened, while the woman glanced in the direction Lu Yi left, a thoughtful look in her eyes. When it was night time, the two of them chatted casually. The topic of conversation was intentionally or unintentionally led by the woman to the transaction during the day. Lu Quan was a little sleepy, so he responded intermittently. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. The woman lay in his arms, but found it difficult to fall asleep. If she was not mistaken, the guest during the day was the one she served half a month ago. He sold a lot of ores and bought some spirit pills before leaving. She never thought that in just half a month, he would come to sell ores again. Looking at the appearance of the guest, he should be a loose cultivator without a doubt. A loose cultivator who had no one to rely on could gather a few dozen spirit stones in such a short time, so it was natural that people would pay attention to him. Working in the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance like this, including the extra income, she could only get 12 or 13 spirit stones a month at most. This reminded her of her days as a loose cultivator, and when she compared them, she couldn't help feeling a little bitter. After thinking about it for a long time, she felt sleepy, but she couldn't sleep well. At the same time, in the cave of Azure Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi was cultivating. During the day, after he finished the transaction at the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, he bought a lot of food with the remaining spirit stones and rushed back without stopping, finally arriving before nightfall. With enough spirit pills, he immediately began to take them and cultivate. As the spiritual pills were consumed one by one, the spiritual energy in the 15th orifice was gradually filled up, and it continued to rush towards the 16th orifice. 12 days later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the cave, meditating. Today was a big day. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to break through to the second-order spirit stream realm today. Since returning 12 days ago, he had consumed more than 30 yun spirit pills and finally opened the 18th aperture. Moreover, the spiritual power of the 18th aperture had been fully cultivated. Recalling the circulation route in the Golden Cicada Carefree technique, Lu Yi urged his spiritual energy to start from the 10th acupoint, then the 11th, the 12th and finally the 18th. When he broke through to the first-order spirit stream realm, Yang Kai had done this before, so at this moment, he was quite familiar with the process and didn't encounter any difficulties. The spiritual energy smoothly passed through the 9 spiritual cavities, slowly flowing like a stream. Following Lu Ye's actions, the spiritual energy in the 9 spiritual cavities flowed faster and faster, circulating back and forth. When he reached his limit, Lu Yi felt his whole body shake. Waves of air swept out, and the spiritual energy flowing through his 10 to 18 apertures began to circulate on its own. Second-order spirit stream realm, success. Having had such an experience before, Lu Yi wasn't too happy about it. Instead, he was indifferent to it. The current him was no longer the little 3 apertures cultivator who had wandered into the spirit stream battlefield more than 2 months ago. If reaching the first-order spirit stream realm gave him the qualifications to survive in the outer ring of the battlefield, then reaching the second order gave him the qualifications to walk freely. Of course, there was still a gap between him and those cultivators with higher cultivation, but Lu Yi was already very satisfied. Compared to reaching the first-order spirit stream realm, the time it took him to reach the second-order spirit stream realm was much shorter. From the third aperture realm to the spirit stream realm, it took him about 40 days, but from the first order to the second order, it took him less than a month. The main reason was that he had sufficient cultivation resources, but even so, this cultivation speed was extremely terrifying. One had to know that in the early stages of cultivation, cultivators would need about 10 days to open a new aperture. This was because their main cultivation method was to breathe in and out world energy. If their cultivation wasn't high enough, the efficiency of breathing in and out world energy wasn't high, so their cultivation speed naturally wouldn't be fast. This situation would only improve slightly after reaching the fourth-order spirit stream realm. In other words, in the early stages of cultivation, it was normal for an ordinary cultivator to break through one layer in 3 months, but for Lu Yi, he could break through one layer in a month on average. This was the joy of cultivation. When he was in the first order, Lu Ye's body only had a single minor spirit cycle from the source aperture to the 9th aperture, but after reaching the second order, there was an additional cycle from the 10th aperture to the 18th aperture. Now, he had 2 minor spirit cycle systems in his body. As a result, he could stimulate more spirit energy in a short period of time, and the destructive power of his spirit energy would naturally be stronger. At the third order, there would be 3 minor spirit cycles, and so on. A 9th-order spirit stream realm cultivator would have 9 minor spirit cycle systems in their body. There were still 30 spirit accumulation pills left. Although Lu Yi wanted to continue cultivating, he also knew that haste made waste. He first ate something, then walked out of the cave and found a mountain spring to take a bath. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he took out the golden cicada carefree secret art and began studying it. Next, he wanted to advance to the third-order spirit stream realm. He needed to figure out the location of the spirit apertures after the 18th aperture, so that it would be convenient for him to continue cultivating. The mountains were quiet, and the occasional sound of birds chirping and insects flying could be heard. The mottled sunlight penetrated the barrier of leaves and shone on the side of the young man's face, making this scene seem like a scene from a painting. "What are you doing sneaking around?" Lu Yi shouted without raising his head. On the trunk of a big tree to the side, a small head poked out. If an uninformed person saw her appearance, they would definitely be frightened. Yi looked at the reading material in Lu Ye's hand, and after seeing that it was a low-level secret art, she curled her lips in disdain. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi resisted the urge to punch her, tilting his head and asking. "When are you leaving?" Yi asked. Although Lu Yi hadn't come out to hunt during this time, this was her and De Hu's territory. How could they allow others to snore next to their beds? If it weren't for her fear of the spirit talisman in Lu Ye's hands, she would have cooperated with De Hu to drive Lu Yi away. However, after suffering a loss at Lu Ye's hands, Yi didn't dare to act rashly. What's more, Yi could see that Lu Yi was much stronger than 2 months ago. Lu Yi closed the book, stood up and stretched. "I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep." "Hey, I'm asking you a question," Yi said angrily, but she didn't get a response. She could only grit her teeth and curse. "Scoundrel, stinky thing, you're really pissing me off, wah ya ya ya." She scratched the big tree next to her, splinters flying. Chapter 48. After a day of recuperation, Lu Yi felt that the exhaustion from days of continuous cultivation had been swept away. It was time to advance to the third-order spirit stream realm. He didn't rush to take a spirit pill, but first urged his spirit energy to locate the position of the 19th aperture. Now that he was in the second-order spirit stream realm, his spirit energy was much stronger than 2 months ago, so locating the position of the spirit aperture was much easier. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, he found the location of the 19th aperture. Only then did he take out a profound spirit pill and consume it. He refined the pill's energy and guided his spirit energy towards the barrier of the 19th aperture. 3 days later, after consuming nearly 11 profound spirit pills, the 19th aperture was filled. This result was expected. Before reaching the spirit stream realm, his rate of opening apertures was about 1 aperture every 3 days, which required him to consume 6 spirit pills. After reaching the first-order spirit stream realm, the rate of opening apertures didn't change much, but the number of spirit pills required for each aperture increased, about 8 or 9. Now that he was in the second-order spirit stream realm, the consumption increased again, reaching 11 spirit pills, but the rate of opening apertures didn't change much. The main reason was that the higher his cultivation, the higher the efficiency of refining spirit pills. It seemed that the higher his cultivation, the more spirit pills he would need to open apertures in the future. Right now, he only had 20 spirit pills left, so he should be able to open 2 more apertures. Lu Yi silently calculated. According to the rate of opening apertures every 3 days, It would take him a full 1080 days to open 360 apertures. This result made him secretly speechless. He didn't know how other cultivators cultivated, but his cultivation speed shouldn't be slow. Even so, if he wanted to cultivate to the ninth-order spirit stream realm, it would still take him nearly 3 years. In the next few days, Lu Yi didn't leave the cave until the last spirit pill was consumed. The result was similar to what he expected. He had opened 21 spirit apertures, but it wasn't full. If he wanted to open 27 apertures, he would need at least 70 profound spirit pills. Among the ores he had, only yuan magnetic ore was left. The other miscellaneous ores were sold to the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance in the previous 2 transactions. This time, he had to sell 2 pieces of yuan magnetic ore to buy 70 spirit pills. Half a day later, Lu Yi walked into the Tianji Business Alliance. When he came out again, there were 81 spirit accumulation pills and a few spirit stones in his storage pouch. The slim figure stood by the window on the 2nd floor of the Merchant Alliance. Looking at his back as he left, that person hesitated for a long time before he sighed and tapped the back of his hand. A mark immediately appeared on the back of his hand. Unlike the blue mark on the back of Lu Ye's hand, the mark on the woman's hand was yellow. She softly opened her mouth and spoke a few words to the imprint. The imprint then disappeared. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she walked out of the Merchant Union. Acquaintances greeted her, and she greeted them with a smile. In the Emerald Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi was rushing towards the cave. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but after leaving the Emerald Cloud Market, he had a strange feeling. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange about it. It wasn't until just now that he had made a few big circles in the forest that he suddenly discovered a figure appearing near him. However, before he could see clearly, the figure disappeared. Am I being targeted? Lu Yi suddenly became vigilant. Every time he entered and left the market, he was extremely careful, especially on the return trip. The previous 2 times were fine, but this time, he was actually targeted by an inexplicable cultivator. This made him a little puzzled. He didn't know if the person chasing him was specifically looking for him, or if it was a coincidence. If it was the latter, then it was fine, but if it was the former, then it was somewhat thought-provoking. Fortunately, the other party's speed wasn't very fast. Under Lu Ye's full strength, it would be difficult for that person to catch up with him. From this, it seemed that the other party's cultivation wasn't very high. This wasn't difficult to understand. Cultivators who could appear in the outer circle of the battlefield weren't very high in cultivation. Just as he was thinking about this, spiritual power suddenly surged behind him, followed by a chill. Lu Yi turned his head and saw an icicle piercing through the air, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and drew his sword. While urging his spiritual power, the long sword broke through the icicle, scattering fragments of cold air on Lu Ye's face. Affected by the impact of the icicle, Lu Yi lost his footing and staggered a few steps back. He took advantage of the momentum and rolled a little before regaining his footing. He was in an extremely sorry state. However, by the time he got up, the attacker had already pounced in front of him. It was a man who was a few years older than him. His face was white and beardless, and he had 2 fist-sized earrings hanging from his ears, giving him a rather exotic feeling. The weapon in his hand was like a saber or a sword. It was longer than an ordinary sword, but only half the width of a normal saber. It looked somewhat similar to the legendary embroidered spring saber. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Yi got up, the fair-skinned male cultivator slashed down with his saber. In a hurry, Lu Yi didn't have time to urge the sharpness spirit pattern to enhance his long sword. He could only raise his sword to block. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ye's hand went numb and the long sword in his hand almost flew out. He was also pressed down by the saber and almost knelt on the ground. Oh! The fair-skinned man seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yi to block his attack. Just as he was feeling surprised, the long sword in Lu Ye's hand had already blocked his weapon and stabbed towards his chest. The fair-skinned man remained calm and his long saber trembled a few times. Before Lu Yi could react, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The long sword that he had thrust out also lost its strength and was easily dodged by his opponent. The sword pierced the air, causing Lu Ye's body to lean forward. A flash of saber light was imprinted in his eyes. Lu Yi felt a chill all over his body and only felt the aura of death rushing towards him. With a clang, the long saber struck Lu Ye's chest, but it didn't feel like it had cut his flesh. Instead, Lu Yi was sent flying. Looking at Lu Yi again, his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. It was this layer of golden light that protected him and prevented him from being seriously injured. However, he realized that he was no match for his opponent and hurriedly took out a defensive talisman and slapped it on his body. Golden body talisman? The fair-skinned man's eyes were a little red. It wasn't that he was jealous that Lu Yi had a talisman to use, but this talisman should have been his spoils of war, but it was wasted by Lu Yi, making him feel distressed. However, he was now sure that the information he received was correct. This second-order spirit stream realm rogue cultivator was really rich. Otherwise, how could he have a talisman to use? One had to know that a random talisman was worth 10 or 20 spirit stones. Low-level cultivators rarely use talismans in battles. Most people didn't have that much money. At most, they would prepare 1 or 2 for emergency use. Looking at the golden light enveloping Lu Yi, the fair-skinned man floated back several meters. He held his saber in one hand and formed a seal with the other. As the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, visible spirit energy gathered at his fingertips. Chapter 49. In the blink of an eye, an icicle appeared in front of the fair-skinned man. Under the mottled sunlight, the icicle reflected a rainbow-colored light. Lu Yi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just now, he had gathered spiritual power in his eyes and clearly saw the spiritual light on the surface of his attacker's body. He judged that the other party was a cultivator above the 3rd layer of the spirit stream realm, but not yet at the 4th layer. The other party's cultivation was higher than his, and from the fact that he had inexplicably been hit by the other party's blade just now, his combat experience was also above his. Lu Yi had only cultivated for a short time and had not undergone any harsh cultivation, nor did he have any expert to guide him. The long sword in his hand was nothing more than the simplest slashes and stabs, and there were no moves or techniques to speak of. His cultivation was inferior, his skills were inferior, and his opponent even knew a spell technique. The situation was already very bad. Just as the icicle formed in the other party's hand, Lu Yi had already stomped his foot on the ground and rushed out with the help of the rebound force. Lu Ye's reaction stunned the fair-skinned cultivator. He had thought that the other party would immediately run away, but who would have thought that this opponent would not retreat and instead advance? His figure floated back again, and at the same time, the icicle shot out at an extremely fast speed. The sharp icicle hit Lu Ye's body and was blocked by the golden light on the surface of his body. Although it did not hurt him, the rebound force made his chest feel stuffy, and even his forward momentum slowed down a lot. The golden light on the surface of his body dimmed a bit. After the icicle shot out, spiritual light gathered in the fair-skinned man's hand again. He obviously wanted to condense a second icicle. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. In a fight between low-level cultivators, the side who knew a spell technique obviously had a big advantage. How many can you block? The fair-skinned man kept a safe distance from Lu Yi as he teased him. The two of them, one chasing and one retreating, in just a short while, Lu Yi had been hit by 3 icicles. The golden light on his body had dimmed to the point of being annihilated, but he could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. This kind of battle made him feel sullen, and he wished he could take out a fire snake talisman to teach his opponent how to behave. However, he suppressed this impulse. He was not sure if a fire snake talisman could kill his opponent. This was a cultivator, not one of the wolves he had killed when he first came to the battlefield. At this time, he did not have the right terrain to fight the tiger. He already had a vague plan in his mind, but whether or not it could be carried out smoothly would depend on luck. After the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, when Lu Yi was hit by another icicle, the golden light around his body finally disappeared. Struck by the icicles, he had already suffered some internal injuries, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Enveloped by the cold, he couldn't help but shiver. He glared at the fair-skinned man with a resentful look on his face. He opened his mouth and spoke for the first time since the battle began. "What enmity do we have?" The fair-skinned man chuckled. "No grudge." Lu Yi remained silent, waiting for the rest of the story. "Sure enough," the fair and clear man said, "but if you can tell me where you found so many ores, I can spare your life." A sharp light flashed in Lu Ye's eyes as he confirmed where the problem lay. This confrontation was not a chance encounter, but someone had specifically come to find him. The reason was because of the ores he sold. To be honest, Lu Yi had been very careful. During the 3 trips to the Tianji Business Alliance, he had traded with different people. Moreover, he had only sold a small portion of the ores each time, not daring to sell too much for fear of attracting the attention of others. On the way back, he had even circled around a few times to make sure no one was following him. However, it turned out that someone was really up to no good. No matter how careful he was, it was useless unless he didn't go to the Tianji Business Alliance to sell things. However, he needed spiritual pills to cultivate, so where else could he go but the Tianji Business Alliance? What he could be sure of was that the Business Alliance wasn't the mastermind. Such a huge business alliance that claimed to be sincere and honest had no reason to target a small cultivator like him. Therefore, it was very likely that some people in the business alliance were secretly doing something. Lu Yi thought back to the 3 business alliance cultivators he had traded with, but he couldn't think of anyone who had targeted him. These 3 transactions were very ordinary. If there was anything unusual, it was only the first time when the woman called Lu Rian hinted at something. However, that didn't mean anything. From the fair-skinned man's words, the other party suspected that he had found a mineral vein that contained all kinds of ores, so he wanted to inquire about the location of the mineral vein. He didn't know that Lu Yi didn't have a mineral vein at all. His ores were all brought out from the Evil Moon Valley. Seeing that Lu Yi didn't speak, the fair-skinned man's face darkened. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He made up his mind to beat Lu Yi half to death and then interrogate him about the location of the mineral vein. With that, he rushed toward Lu Yi with his saber. He didn't use the icicle spell again, mainly because it consumed too much energy. After breaking Lu Ye's golden body talisman, he was confident that he could crush Lu Yi at will. However, Lu Yi, who was acting tough just now, turned around and ran at lightning speed. The fair-skinned man was so angry that he laughed. Looking at Lu Ye's back, he said leisurely, "You think you can run away?" He chased after him unhurriedly. At the same time, he took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and held it in the palm of his hand to slowly recover. He could see that Lu Yi was scared out of his wits. Running for his life like this would only increase the consumption of his spiritual power. Once a low-level cultivator lost his spiritual power, he was no different from a mortal. Steward Yang, who was killed by Lu Yi, was a precedent. So, he just didn't lose Lu Yi. The 2 of them, one chasing and one fleeing, passed through a stone forest and crossed a small river. When they arrived at an open space, the fair-skinned man found Lu Yi standing there, gasping for breath. His face was as pale as paper, and he didn't move at all. Did he run out of spiritual power so quickly? The fair-skinned man sneered and slowly stepped forward. The long saber in his hand twirled. "Why aren't you running any more?" He stood about 10 feet in front of Lu Yi with a mocking look on his face. However, he soon found that something was wrong because Lu Ye's expression was extremely frightened. He was looking in a certain direction, and the hand holding the sword was trembling violently. A fishy wind blew and a low roar sounded. Behind a big tree, a big tiger with a strong body and snow-white body walked out leisurely. Its amber eyes looked at the fair-skinned man, causing him to be shocked. He suddenly remembered a rumor he heard in the market 2 days ago. He couldn't be so unlucky, right? He wailed in his heart. However, something happened that made him despair. The big tiger opened its mouth and spat out human words. "You dare to disturb this king's dream? I think you don't want to live anymore." The fair-skinned man's forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. He finally understood why Lu Yi was so frightened. The source of the fear wasn't him, but the big tiger. Just as he was at a loss, he heard Lu Yi say, "Tiger King, please spare us. We didn't know this was your territory. We'll leave now." When the fair-skinned man heard this, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The big tiger roared and said angrily, "You come and go as you please? Where do you think this is?" Chapter 50. The tiger crouched in the forest, looking majestic. In front of the tiger, 2 figures were incomparably stiff. Just when the fair-skinned man was at a loss, he heard Lu Yi say, "Tiger King, please calm down. I know the rules. Let's follow the rules. Don't take my life." Saying so, he took off his storage pouch from his waist, pretended to circulate his spirit energy, and threw the storage pouch away. Not only that, he also threw away the longsword in his hand. Big Tiger looked at him and snorted softly, "Since you know the rules, I can spare your life." "Thank you, King." Big Tiger turned to look at the fair-skinned cultivator. "What about you? Do you want to die or live?" "I want to live," the fair-skinned cultivator blurted out with a pained expression. He copied Lu Yi and untied the storage bag from his waist, opened the restriction lock, and threw it on the ground in front of him. He had heard some rumors in the market before that there was a demonic beast that could speak human language in Qin Yun Mountain. Many cultivators had encountered it, but the demonic beast generally didn't harm people's lives. It was only interested in spirit pills and spirit stones. As long as a cultivator was willing to pay a price, they could escape from the tiger's mouth. He didn't expect to encounter this demonic beast when he was just chasing Lu Yi into the mountain. This was really bad luck. Big Tiger was satisfied with the performance of the two and said, "Don't play any tricks. If I find out that you didn't open the restriction lock, humph." The threat was self-evident. "It's open," Lu Yi and the fair-skinned cultivator said in unison. Not only that, Lu Yi pointed at the fair-skinned cultivator. "King, he hasn't thrown away his weapon yet. I'm afraid he wants to harm you." The fair-skinned cultivator was stunned and cursed Lu Yi in his heart. Big Tiger was also startled, but he soon turned to look at the fair-skinned cultivator and let out a threatening growl. Clang! The fair-skinned cultivator threw away the long sword in his hand. His heart was almost bleeding. One had to know that the long saber in his hand was a spirit weapon. Although its grade was very low, it was still a spirit weapon. A low-level cultivator with a spirit weapon and without one were two completely different concepts. It could be said that a spirit weapon could increase his strength by 10%. However, his life was more important right now. If he angered such a demonic beast, he would definitely not have a good ending. Compared to his own life, all worldly possessions could be thrown away. "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave," Lu Yi said. Scram! Big Tiger roared carelessly. Lu Yi and the fair-skinned cultivator both slowly retreated, not exposing their backs to De Hu. This was a normal response. Anyone who faced a threat would be vigilant. However, after retreating a few feet, the fair-skinned cultivator was stunned to find that Lu Yi had suddenly rushed out, grabbing the long sword that had been thrown on the ground, and pouncing towards him like thunder. The fair-skinned cultivator turned pale with fright. He didn't expect Lu Yi to have such an outrageous move. In front of a tiger, Shouldn't it be more important to save his life? Where did he get the guts? He didn't have time to think. Almost as soon as Lu Yi made his move, he lunged forward, arriving in front of his weapon in a few steps. He grabbed it and poured his spiritual power into it, causing it to glow. A strong wind blew in his face. The fair-skinned cultivator didn't even have time to think, and the long sword in his hand met it. With a clang, the fair-skinned cultivator's body, which had not yet fully stood up, was suddenly pressed down and knelt on the ground. One was premeditated, and the other was a hasty response. This time, Lu Yi had the upper hand. The fair-skinned cultivator suddenly looked up and saw Lu Ye's calm and indifferent eyes. At this moment, he vaguely noticed something. But before he could think, Lu Yi had already stabbed with his sword. The fair-skinned cultivator hurriedly urged his spiritual power to protect his body, and at the same time, he slashed at Lu Yi. However, he didn't expect that his protective spiritual power didn't have the slightest effect. The long sword directly pierced through his heart and came out of his body. Lu Yi kicked out again, sending the fair-skinned cultivator flying, and the long sword drew a string of blood from his heart. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Lu Yi didn't know whether his opponent was dead or not, so he didn't rush forward. Instead, he took out an offensive talisman from his storage bag and held it in his hand, just in case. If his opponent dared to stand up, he would immediately activate the talisman. But looking around, the fair-skinned cultivator's body, which was lying on the ground, twitched a few times and then stopped moving. It seemed that his sword had stabbed a vital point. The battle between cultivators was so thrilling, and life and death could often be decided in a very short time. The ground was dyed red with blood, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Lu Yi gasped for breath a few times, calming his violent heartbeat. A little red light suddenly flew out from the fair-skinned cultivator's body and swept into the back of Lu Ye's hand. What? On top of Big Tiger's head, Yi's figure appeared, looking at Lu Yi somewhat at a loss. Just now, Lu Yi suddenly rushed over here and hurriedly said to her, "Help me rob." Then, the fair-skinned cultivator chased after them. Yi understood what happened to Lu Yi and cooperated with Big Tiger to put on a show. Anyway, this was what they were good at, and they could also rob some good things while they were at it, so why not? But wasn't it a robbery? Why did someone die? Yi slowly came to her senses. The ones who wanted to rob were her and Big Tiger, and Lu Yi wanted to kill from the beginning to the end, but he was just borrowing their power. You lied to me? Yi glared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi glanced at her and criticized, "Your acting is too exaggerated." What? Yi was confused. Lu Yi was about to say something when a slight sound suddenly came from not far away. He only hesitated for a moment, then rushed out and at the same time said, "Your secret has been exposed, and there are people nearby. If you don't want to die, hurry up and come over." Yi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She felt like she had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get out. She and Big Tiger looked at each other, then Yi gritted her teeth and said, "Chase." Big Tiger roared and ran away on all fours. In the forest, the enchanting female cultivator was panic-stricken and fled for her life. She felt like she had done something very wrong. But could she be blamed for that? She just wanted to live a better life. She didn't want to flatter those disgusting customers anymore. They were all itinerant cultivators, so why did she have to live under their whims day and night? If this matter went smoothly, her life would be much better in the future. But she never thought that the person she was looking for would fail. Ever since she left the Tianji Business Alliance, she followed the traces left behind by that person all the way here. Originally, she thought that she could just sit there and enjoy the loot, but the scene she saw was that itinerant cultivator named Lu Yi killed the person she found. In her panic, she exposed her whereabouts and was now being hunted down. She didn't want to die. She was still young and had a lot of good days ahead of her. How could she die in a place like this? But the sound of the pursuit behind her was getting closer and closer. She knew that she was doomed. Chapter 51. Lu Yi focused his spiritual power on his legs, increasing the speed of his pursuit significantly. This was a small trick he had unintentionally discovered during his travels in and out of Azure Cloud Mountain. A cultivator's spiritual power had many wonderful uses. If it was focused on the eyes, they could see things they normally couldn't. If it was focused on the legs, they could run faster. If it was focused on the sword, it could increase the lethality of the weapon. The terrain of the mountain forest was complex, and there were large trees everywhere. The person in front of him was naturally not as familiar with the terrain as Lu Yi, and the distance between them was constantly closing. When Lu Yi saw the person's back, all his questions were answered. He knew who was behind all this. This result surprised him because he didn't think he had any grudges with the other party. In fact, he had only met them once. Roar! A snow-white figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the person's path. It was Big Tiger. The person was scared out of his wits by Big Tiger. He screamed and threw out the talisman he had been holding in his hand. The talisman turned into a crescent-shaped slash in the air, heading straight for Big Tiger. Big Tiger hurriedly dodged, but the crescent-shaped slash barely missed its body and cut through the trunk of a large tree behind it. The penetrative power of the talisman was obvious. Seeing that his attack had failed, the person's expression became even more panicked. He hurriedly pulled something out of his storage pouch. A small figure had quietly climbed onto her back and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Lu Yi saw the person's body shrink, as if something heavy was pressing down on him. At the same time, his hand paused. This reminded Lu Yi of the first time he had encountered Yi and Big Tiger in the cave. At that time, he had been ambushed by Yi like this. With this delay, Lu Yi rushed in front of her and slashed down with his sword. A snow-white sword light flashed, and an arm flew off, blood spraying everywhere. The pain caused her to scream. Although she was a rogue cultivator, because of her outstanding figure and appearance, it hadn't been long since she had entered the Spirit Stream battlefield that she had caught the eye of someone from the Heavenly Secret Merchant Alliance. She had been recruited into the Merchant Alliance, and hadn't had a chance to fight anyone since. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was a flower raised in a greenhouse. Most of the people in the Business Alliance were like this. They didn't need to fight with others, and didn't have the hardships and dangers of the battlefield like the disciples of the various sections. They only cared about doing business. Big Tiger pounced on her and pushed her to the ground, roaring fiercely. A fishy wind blew in her face, and she almost fainted from fright. What frightened her even more was the sound of footsteps coming from the side. Turning her head, she saw Lu Yi, whose sword was pointing diagonally at the ground, with blood still flowing from the blade, walking towards her step by step. When she got closer, Lu Yi looked down at her and said indifferently, "Lu Rian." This woman was the one who had made a deal with him the first time he had visited the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. "Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Lu Rian's makeup was ruined by her tears as she begged continuously. "No one. I was possessed by a ghost and became greedy." In her great fear, Lu Rian naturally spoke whatever was on her mind. She didn't even wait for Lu Yi to ask her any more questions. She simply blurted out the cause and effect. "So that's how it is." Lu Yi raised his sword. Sensing Lu Ye's killing intent, Lu Rian shouted, "Don't kill me! I'll give you anything you want." The longsword fell, but Big Tiger dodged in time. The blade, reinforced by spiritual energy, slashed across Lu Rian's fair and slender neck. A yellow light flew out from the back of Lu Rian's snow-white hand and swept into Lu Ye's right hand. The headless corpse twitched, and blood gushed out like a fountain from its neck. It took a while for it to stop. Yi's eyelids twitched. Everything that had happened today had refreshed her understanding of Lu Yi. Only now did she understand that Big Tiger had been lucky not to die at this guy's hands. This guy wasn't easy to talk to. Lu Yi bent down and took the storage bag from Lu Rian's waist. He then reached out and searched her body. Of course, He wasn't doing this to take advantage of her. He just wanted to see if she had a storage bag hidden on her body. He himself had a storage bag hidden on his body. Judging from the situation, he felt that others might have one as well. Unfortunately, Lu Rian didn't have this habit. After all, she was a member of the merchant union. She didn't need to fight with others and didn't need to take risks outside. Her storage bag was very safe on her body. Lu Rian's storage bag was open. Lu Yi checked it briefly and found some useful items. "Dispose of the body," Lu Yi ordered. "Huh." Yi looked at him incredulously, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Lu Yi took out a bottle from Lu Rian's storage bag and tossed it in his hand. "Okay." Yi responded quickly. She gave Big Tiger a look and hurriedly got to work. Lu Yi ran back to the spot where he'd killed the fair-skinned cultivator and picked up his storage bag, as well as the fair-skinned cultivator's weapon. Less than an hour later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the cave where he was resting. His upper body was bare as he applied healing pills to his wounds. He didn't have many healing pills left in his possession. This time, he used 2 pills, so he only had 4 left. Thinking back to today's battle, Lu Yi didn't feel complacent because he'd killed a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the spiritual stream tier. Instead, he reflected on himself. Battles between low-level cultivators were mostly close combat. It could be said that most low-level cultivators walked the path of armament cultivators. Because their cultivation level wasn't high enough and their cultivation time was short, low-level cultivators didn't have the time or energy to study any kind of art. Only when they were strong enough would they gradually become clear about their future path. This time, the battle with the fair-skinned cultivator exposed a very serious problem, and that was that he had no skills to speak of in battle. This was something that couldn't be helped. It hadn't even been 3 months since he'd started cultivating. During this period of time, he'd been raising his cultivation level, so how could he have the spare energy to raise his battle skills? In the end, he'd been able to kill the fair-skinned cultivator because he'd borrowed Big Tiger's power and caught the other party off guard. However, he didn't know how to raise his skills. Without a suitable teacher to guide him, it was undoubtedly impossible to rely on his own fumbling around. Another problem was the weapon. Previously, he hadn't felt much about it. The long sword in his hand was left behind by Manager Yang after his death. Before that, he'd used this sword to kill Zhou Qing, but the battle with Zhou Qing had only lasted for a moment. Today, after a life-and-death battle with the fair-skinned cultivator, he'd truly noticed one thing, and that was that he was seriously incompatible with this long sword. No matter how he used this sword in his hand, it just didn't feel right. Swords were light and agile and focused on skills. However, when he held the long sword, all he did was hack and slash, and he couldn't bring out the sword's advantages at all. With that thought in mind, Lu Yi put on his clothes again and picked up the long sword by his feet to examine it carefully. There were many nicks on the blade, all of which were caused by him hacking and slashing. In particular, there was a nick at the 3rd part of the blade, which was almost the size of a grain of rice. This kind of nick was very serious for a longsword, and he couldn't use it anymore. He picked up the fair-skinned cultivator's longsword again, stood up and played with it a few times. His brows raised. When he played with this thing, it was unexpectedly satisfying. Chapter 52. The saber was not an orthodox machete. It was longer than an ordinary sword, but the blade was very narrow, similar to the legendary embroidered spring saber. Lu Yi waved it a few times and found that it was very easy to use. The good result was that the sword could no longer be used, and he obtained a new weapon, saving him the trouble of buying another one. He tried to pour his spirit power into the saber, and a faint halo immediately gushed out from the long saber. The halo did not appear sharp, but instead gave off a sense of weight. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that he felt that there seemed to be something hidden in the saber. Closing his eyes, he sensed through the flow of his spirit power and gradually understood the situation inside the saber. There was a spirit pattern in the saber's body. This was a spirit weapon? Lu Yi revealed a look of surprise. He had entered and exited the market several times, and his current knowledge and experience was naturally far greater than when he had first entered the spirit stream battlefield. He had heard of spirit tools before. They were weapons that cultivators used exclusively, and a good spirit tool could often bring great benefits to its owner. Lu Ye's previous sword was a mortal weapon. Apart from being sharper, there was nothing special about it. However, spirit weapons were different. Depending on the type of spirit pattern engraved on it, each spirit weapon had its own unique power. This saber had a spirit pattern in it. Lu Yi could easily stimulate the power of the spirit pattern by pouring his spirit power into it, thus giving the saber the characteristics of the spirit pattern. He tested it for a moment and confirmed that the spirit pattern was used to strengthen the saber. This way, it would be difficult for the spirit weapon to be damaged when fighting with the enemy. Lu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder when he used the sharpness spirit pattern to strengthen his sword, he could not cut the other party's saber. This was a pleasant surprise. Although it sounded useless to strengthen the blade, it was actually a very practical spiritual pattern. Moreover, Lu Yi had mastered the sharpness spiritual pattern and could enhance the sharpness of this spiritual weapon at any time, greatly increasing its sharpness. With such a spirit weapon in hand, Lu Ye's strength could be increased by at least 10 to 20%. When he encountered enemies again, he could slash to his heart's content without worrying about the weapon being damaged. However, a spirit weapon with only one spirit pattern should be the lowest level of spirit weapons. Come in. Lu Yi sheathed the saber and sat down cross-legged again. At the entrance of the cave, a small figure slowly floated in. When it arrived in front of Lu Yi, it gave him a flattering smile and said, "The other person's body has also been dealt with." Lu Yi casually tossed out a storage pouch. It was none other than Lu Rian's. He took it and checked it. She said in surprise, "So much?" There were more than a bottle of spirit pills and a few spirit stones. Everything will be divided into 5. Thank you so much for this time. Lu Yi nodded at her. Although he had enough talismans and was confident that he could kill the fair-skinned man, he would not be able to open his storage pouch if he really did so. Moreover, he would have to take some risk. When he went to look for Big Tiger and Yi, he had the intention of borrowing their power. Fortunately, Yi was smart enough. He only needed to say one sentence, and Yi knew what to do. This time, the cooperation was easy and pleasant. There were not many good things in the fair-skinned man's storage pouch. The only valuable thing was his weapon. Lu Rian was richer, but not by much. Moreover, the talisman in Lu Rian's hand was activated at the last moment. If Big Tiger had not blocked the spear for him, Lu Yi would have to face the power of the talisman himself. It would be much more dangerous. Lu Yi took half of the items and kept the spirit weapon for himself. It was a profit for him. Yi did not expect Lu Yi to be so generous. She looked at him with a complicated expression and finally thanked him. "Wait." Lu Yi stopped her. Yi looked back. "You should have heard the words of the woman you killed earlier." Yes. Although she acted in private and her death was not regrettable, she was still a member of the Tianji Business Alliance. I don't know how the Business Alliance will react after her death, but you'd better change your territory. This place is too close to the Green Cloud Market. If the Business Alliance wants to investigate her death, they will easily trace it back to you. What about you? Yi asked. I'll leave here soon. This incident had taught Lu Yezhong a lesson. Now, the spirit pills he needed for his cultivation were all obtained through the sale of magnetic ores, and the only channel to sell them was the Tianji Business Alliance. He had only gone there 3 times, and Lu Ruyan had already set her eyes on him. Who knew if there was a second Lu Ruyan in there? So, he was not going to stay here any longer. If reaching the First Order Spirit Stream realm gave him the qualifications to survive in the Spirit Stream battlefield, then reaching the Second Order gave him the capital to walk freely. He did not care what decision Yi and Big Tiger would make. The spirit stream battlefield was too big, and he might not have a chance to see them again in the future. However, out of morality, he kindly reminded them. After he left, Lu Yi counted the materials in his hands. There were 93 profound spirit pills, of which 81 were bought from the Tianji Business Alliance and 12 were obtained after splitting the spoils with Yi. There were 4 spirit stones, which were also obtained after splitting the spoils. He had used all his own spirit stones to buy food. There were 7 healing pills, of which 4 were his own and 3 were found in the fair-skinned man's storage bag. On the other hand, there were no healing pills in Lu Rian's storage bag. She probably did not expect that there would be a time when she would need them. There were less than 30 spirit talismans. There were 26 pieces of yuan magnetic ore, both large and small. There was 1 saber, the lowest grade spirit artifact. The golden cicada free art. The current number of pills was enough for him to reach the 3rd order spirit stream realm. Once he reached the 3rd order spirit stream realm, his strength would definitely increase. He would not dare to say that he could run rampant in the outer ring of the battlefield, but at the very least, his ability to protect himself would increase. He vaguely felt that he had forgotten something, but after thinking about it for a long time, he finally remembered. Immediately, he poured his world energy into the back of his right hand, causing it to ripple and turn into a blue spirit tattoo. This spirit tattoo wriggled and changed, and a few lines of large characters appeared in Lu Ye's vision. Name: Lu Yi. Identity: Blue Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation: 21 Apertures. Location: Spirit Stream Battlefield. Merit: 8. Compared to the first time he saw the battlefield imprint, his name, identity, and location had not changed, but his cultivation had increased from 3 apertures to 21 apertures. This was the result of Lu Ye's hard work over the past 2 months, so there was nothing to be concerned about. What he was concerned about was the merit. When he first saw this, he was very puzzled. What exactly was this merit and how to obtain it? Only now did he have a faint understanding. This merit could only be obtained by killing someone. He remembered that when the fair-skinned man died, a red light floated out from the back of his hand and flew into the back of his hand. However, when Lu Rian died, a yellow beam of light flew out. Different colors of light represented different factions? In that case, the fair-skinned cultivator he killed should belong to the Myriad Demons Ridge, and the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union was considered a neutral faction? So it did business on both sides. However, Lu Yi did not know what this merit was for now. He could only slowly explore it in the future.